Call the meeting to order. This is Town Council, regularly scheduled for this evening. Can we start with roll call?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Romack? Here. Vice Mayor Klostad?
Here.
Mayor Zabriskie?
Here.
Councilmember Pallavi?
Here.
And Councilmember Henderson?
Here.
Thank you.
Would you please all now stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Okay, now is the time for general public comments, which is to say comments from any members of the public on an item that is not already on the agenda. And anyone who likes to make a general comment should come up to the podium. They'll have only 3 minutes to speak, and they should direct their comments to the council, those of us sitting up here, and also Council Member Henderson, who is joining us remotely. I don't see anyone approaching the podium, so I'm going to assume there are no general comments, and we'll move on now to presentations. We're going to have 4 presentations. One will be a proclamation, another a Native Bee presentation, a presentation on public improvement standards, finally a town manager's report, and after that, members of the audience will have an opportunity to comment on any one of those 4 items. So what I would like to do now is have Barbara Serwinski join me at the podium. So, whereas from 2012 to 2025, Barbara Sheldon Serwinski served with dedication as District 5 Commissioner for the Nevada County Historical Landmarks Commission, and whereas Barbara's significant contributions on the commission have given Truckee increased visibility in Nevada County and have fostered Truckee's community presence in Nevada County's easternmost town, whereas thanks to Barbara's continual endeavors, the Truckee Veterans Memorial Building and Rocking Stone Tower are listed on the National Register of Historic Places, and whereas Barbara devoted hours in assisting the cataloging of past editions of the Sierra Sun for eventual digitization and invaluably assisted in an unrelenting manner in responding to numerous geographical name challenges. And whereas Barbara contributed to the historical research and plaque placement of the following eastern Nevada County sites, now listed as Nevada County Historical Landmarks, and they are the Truckee Memorial Masonic Arch, the Lake Tahoe Railway and Transportation Company Railroad, the McGlashan Butterfly Collection, which is a cultural icon and symbol. My apologies, Barbara. Okay, so I was leaving off with the McGlashan Butterfly Collection, and then also Truckee's Chinatowns, Church of the Mountains, and coming in September 2025, the Donner Cross. And whereas the town of Truckee wishes to recognize Barbara's contributions and commendable years of dedicated service she provided in promoting the town of Truckee's fascinating history and in enhancing Truckee's presence, place, and standing in Nevada County, now therefore be it proclaimed by the mayor of the town of Truckee, congratulations to Barbara on her retirement, and we wish you the best for your continued success, health, and happiness. So I'd like to present you with this proclamation.
Thank you.
Okay, and could you say a few words?
I can say a few words. Thank you all. It's been a real pleasure to get to know Truckee as my retirement community. I retired after 49 years as a registered nurse, and this has been a new adventure, and history is my passion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barbara.
Oh, my husband, Ed, is in the back, and my oldest daughter, Melinda, is in the back.
Thank you. Okay, so next will be the native bee presentation by the Tahoe Expeditionary Academy, and I believe Colleen Carr will help round up the presenters.
I'm rounding them up. It's already green. Let's fix this so it's nice and Ethan, you might have to dip down just a wee bit, okay? Okay. Okay, just go.
Hello, thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak to you tonight. We are students from Tahoe Expedition Academy, and we are here to remind you about how this town of Truckee can help save more bees.
We would like to start by asking all of you on town council a question. What different types of bees can you name?
Benny?
Yellow jackets, are those bees?
That's actually a type of wasp. And wasps aren't bees.
Good job, Mel.
Don't worry, most adults can't even name very native bees. Most often, when people think of the word bee, they think of honeybees or maybe bumblebees, and sometimes even wasps. But guess what? Honeybees aren't even native.
Little do people around the world know that honeybee numbers are very stable, while native bees numbers are decreasing. We are actively saving the wrong bees. Did you know that there are over 1,400 native bee species living in this part of our country and almost 4,000 in the U.S.? Right now, over 50% of our native bees are declining and almost 25% are nearing endangerment. That is not a good statistics.
We are talking about bees like mason bees, bumblebees, carpenter bees, mining bees, cuckoo bees, sweat bees, longhorn bees, wool carder bees, and leaf cutter bees, just to name a few.
These unfamiliar bees are the ones that we should be worried about. Without these native bees, our ecosystem would become imbalanced, and it would also cause a huge distribution to our food chain and many of the food crops that we eat.
Now that you know why we want to save our native bees, here's another question for you. Do you have any ideas as to why our native bees are declining right now?
Loss of habitat. Yes.
You got one. You got one.
The two main reasons native bees are losing their habitat because people are building more houses or disturbing overwintering nests, and bees are getting sick and dying from people using chemical pesticides to kill weeds and other bugs.
So at this point, you might be wondering, how can the small town of Truckee help? Why are we here in front of you today? Here we we are again to ask you to move forward with Truckee becoming a bee city through the nonprofit organization called the Xerces Society.
Has anybody here heard of the Xerces Society?
Last year when you gave us this presentation. I paid attention.
different, David.
I paid attention though. I remember.
The Xerces Society is named after the Xerces blue butterfly. This butterfly is the first known butterfly to go extinct in North America, and human activity caused it.
The Xerces Society is an international nonprofit organization that began in 1971. They work to protect the natural world through conserving invertebrates and their habitats. They partner with farmers, scientists, educators, and communities to help support these insects.
In 2018, Bee City USA and Bee Campus USA became a part of the Xerces Society. The focus of Bee City USA and the Xerces Society is to help our native bee species. Remember, we are saving the wrong bees.
Bee City gives a structure and communities to work together and provide native pollinators and adding more native plants and nesting sites to the area and reducing the amounts of pesticides used by citizens of Truckee. They also work to educate the public on why we should be focused on producing our native bees, protecting our native bees.
So at this point, you all might be wondering what it would take for Truckee to become a bee city.
As a bee city, Truckee would make a commitment to save native pollinators. The city staff and community would work together to carry out the following commitments.
First, the town would need to create a committee to advocate for native pollinators. Committees usually have a mix of citizens and town staff. This committee should be managed by the town or a nonprofit organization and should have regular meetings open to the public. Our school would be happy to support this committee.
Next, Truckee will work to add more pollinator habitats on public and private land. This means that when the town is putting in new plant beds, we focus on native pollinator-friendly plants. Our school could also put together a native pollinator-friendly plant list that could be distributed to individuals at our local nurseries.
In addition, Truckee would need to display at least one sign letting visitors know that Truckee is a bee city. The Xerces Society would provide the artwork for the signs.
Next, the town would create the pest management plan to reduce the use of chemical pesticides and expand the use of non-chemical pest management. Did you know you can make sprays to produce animals, insects, and fungi for destroying your garden? You can make a spicy spray, a milk spray, and even a soap spray. Our school could also help put a list together for the public with suggestions to reduce pesticide use.
Lastly, the town would need to establish a policy in the city's comprehensive plan to commit to the Bee City USA. To support Bee City, Truckee would need to pay an application fee and a renewal fee based on our population, as well as submit an annual renewal application. Our school is committed to helping pay the application fee towards the funds we raise selling our bee t-shirts and sweatshirts.
That's our new one.
To sum it up, if we become a bee city through the Xerxes Society, then we could help encourage residents and businesses to plant more pollinator-friendly plants. We could prevent people from using chemical pesticides, and we could host pollinator events to educate our public about the importance of bees. We are happy to host events in our 5,000 square foot pollinator garden on our school campus.
We know you committed to this idea 2 years ago when our current 6th graders presented to you, and we hope all of you had a chance to read our most recent letters to Town Council with our personal reasons for why it is important that Truckee becomes a bee city as soon as possible.
Thank you for your time, for reading our letters, and for considering becoming a bee city as soon as you can. We hope that we have given you a lot to think about.
I think the mayor has some swag for you guys over there, so go ahead and meet the mayor and Councilmember Romack. The swag? That's a good one. What do you call it?
Got sick at the last.
There you go. Thank you.
We can get it to Greg.
Stay until the last of the presentation.
All right. Great job, guys. That was awesome.
Two more and they're very short.
Perfect. And they would love to pass out some stickers too.
Just for you.
I am the sad of the one grader. So much. Do you want the box? Is that easier? Yeah, whatever.
Now we'll have a item 5.3, a presentation on the public improvement and engineering standards from Slater Stewart.
Thanks, Mayor Zabriskie. Who put me after the bee presentation? That's a tough act to follow. Let me just share this screen real quick. Good evening, Mayor Zabriskie and Town Council. My name is Slater Stewart. I'm an assistant engineer with the town of Truckee. Tonight, I'm discussing a draft update to the Public Improvement and Engineering Standards, or as we call them, the PIEs for short. So first, what are the PIEs? The PIEs are a document with an appended set of drawings that set minimum design, construction, and improvement standards for public improvements and private improvements that affect public infrastructure or the public right-of-way. They also provide guidelines for design, planning, preparation, construction, or maintenance of roads, drainage, utilities, and other related infrastructure. This is the first comprehensive update we've done to the PIEs since they were first adopted in 2003. A quick overview of the timeline for this whole update. We published the draft update in the end of April. And at that time, we posted a news item to the town website, and we also sent a direct notification to the Contractors Association and the Local Engineers Association, because those groups have expertise that we would find really valuable for feedback on the update. We also had a public workshop, and a couple days before that public workshop, we advertised it on our social media. The public workshop was great. We had several prominent design engineers in attendance, and they gave some great feedback. Today, we're doing a presentation to you. It'll be much shorter than the public workshop presentation. And on July 15th, we're going to close the public review period. So right now, we're accepting public feedback. And once the review period closes, we will review all that feedback and hopefully come to you guys later and ask that you adopt the draft update. So down here I have, and I'll have this at the end of the presentation too, you can submit feedback directly to me. My email is up on the screen now, and it'll be at the end of the presentation as well. Here's a few of the major goals of the PIES update. Number one, we wanted to improve the user interface and the document navigation. The old document was really unorganized and difficult to find what you're looking for. We also just wanted to present the information in a clear and consistent manner. We consolidated a lot of what used to just be long-running paragraphs down into concise lists. We also wanted to adapt current engineering division practice into new written standards, and I have a few examples of that in the coming slides. We also wanted to modernize any outdated standards. So here's an example. During the public workshop, I went into detail of updates section by section, and in this presentation, I'm just going to highlight a few examples. So here's the first example where we're adapting a current engineering division practice and including it into the PIES. So currently, we enforce the wet season requirements that you see on this flyer, but they're not incorporated into our PIES. So we're not necessarily adding any new wet season requirements in this case. We're just incorporating these existing standards into the document. Here's another example. We often require frontage improvements on private development projects. It's been engineering division practice to require 6-foot public sidewalks, especially in the downtown area or commercial or mixed use areas. That standard currently isn't really written down anywhere. It's just engineering division practice, and so we're adopting that current practice into the standards. It's not necessarily a new standard, but we're writing it down. I also included on this slide a picture of what one of our new standard drawings looks like. This is just a typical roadway section. Here's another example of an update where we kind of got some public feedback over years of implementing our engineering standards, and we wanted to be receptive to it. So we are allowing for alternative driveway materials in the right-of-way. Currently, we only allow asphalt for driveways. As part of this update, we're going to allow concrete or pavers to be placed in the right-of-way. This is also a good time to highlight that the PIES is going to be, it's used in conjunction with the development code and with current state laws. It has its own body of regulations, but there's still things, for example, that regulate driveways, like the development code, which says you can only have one driveway for a parcel under a certain size, or state ADU law, which allows for an additional driveway encroachment in certain cases. So it's to be used in conjunction with those other documents. Here's something that I know Dan wanted me to highlight. So throughout the document, you'll notice that it often refers to the discretion of the town engineer. This is kind of unique to the PIES. Like if we compare it to the development code, for example, the development code, there's strict standards and then a strict variance process to waive or reduce those standards. In the PIES, with almost every standard, we also include the town engineer's discretion, and this is intended to acknowledge unique and unforeseen circumstances that arise during design and construction, and to provide flexibility in those situations. It's not intended to impose more stringent standards unless we need to address public safety or environmental concerns or something like that. I also wanted to note that, once this public review period closes, that's not the end of public feedback. We still would love to accept public feedback on the document. And our goal is to update it on like an annual basis. So if you missed the public review period, please still submit your feedback. We might just not incorporate it for another year or two. And that's it. I'll stick around for any questions. And again, there's my email up on the screen if you would like to submit public feedback.
Thank you, Slater. And now we have the town manager's report. Jen?
Great, thank you, and good evening. Just a reminder for everybody, we're going to be taking a short recess from council meetings in July, but not to worry, there's still a lot of work happening here in town. Staff will be in, the offices will be open, and we'll be working on recommendations from the operational assessment, trail paving, road maintenance, all the normal typical activities that the town does day to day. And then we will be back here in August for council meetings again. So we hope you all enjoy summer recess and some vacation time with your families. We also have launched the 2025 Don't Be Afraid of the Dark photo contest. So that launched yesterday. We welcome professionals, amateurs, and youths to submit photos of the night sky. You can do that via the Sierra Sun. There's a link on the bottom of the Sierra Sun webpage. The submissions are open until July 27th, and then we have a panelist of judges that will narrow down finalists in those categories, and then community voting for the top photos will happen between August 1st and August 10th. The winners will be announced at a reception in mid-September, so stay tuned for details on that. Also, congratulations to Kelly Carpenter, our newly certified municipal clerk. So Kelly just received that designation based on her experience and her education. So congratulations, Kelly. Reminder about 4th of July events, a lot of activity next Friday and a lot of excitement in town. Of course, we have the Firecracker Mile, the Pancake Breakfast, the parade, and then the party at West End Beach with the fireworks concluding the evening. If you are out and about, we have our shuttle service will be operating for the parade. We will have Tart Connect operating down to West End Beach if you're trying to get down there for the festivities. That will start at 3 o'clock and go until midnight. You can park at the high school and take those buses down, or take the shuttle down. I'm sorry, I said Tart Connect. I apologize. It's the shuttle service from the high school down to West End Beach. Tart Connect will not be operating down there in order to keep those vehicles in town. It's really easy and convenient, so if you're looking to get down there, try that out. And we do ask that everybody remember while you're out and about and enjoying all the festivities to pack in, pack out, and leave everything as clean as you found it, please, and thank you. And then last but not least, on July 9th, here in council chambers at 5:30 p.m., we will be hosting a community conversation about traffic and congestion down at Donner Lake to better understand what's happening down there and to share some of the data points that we have. So if you're interested in attending, that's here, July 9th at 5:30. We are working on having that recorded as well, so you'd be able to watch remotely, and we'll have Spanish translation for anybody that needs that. And with that, we hope everybody has a really safe and fun summer until we see you again in August.
Thank you, Jen. And now is time for public comments on any of the 4 items on our presentation calendar. So that would include anything on Barbara Zerwinski or the Bee City or the manager's report or Slater Stewart's report. If you'd like to make a public comment, please follow Ed Vento up to the podium. He knows he has only 3 minutes and he needs to address the council.
No, just no. Okay, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Just wanted to congratulate Slater and Scott. They did a great job on the pies and communicating all that. So we very much appreciate it. So thanks, guys. You did a great job on that.
Okay, any other public comment? Okay, let's come back to any members of the council have any comments on any of the presentations. Councilmember Pallavi.
Great job, T students. Thank you for our annual B presentation. We appreciate it, and we hope to one day be able to act on your recommendations. And if you want to start your own nonprofit to do all of that, the town would be happy to support that. But yes, unfortunately, it's not in our work plan this year, but we'll continue to look at it in future years. So thank you.
Councilmember Romick.
Yeah, just great job to the T students. I know a lot of grown-ups and adults get nervous talking in front of us, and you guys all did incredible. So thank you to just being out there and working hard on this initiative. And we get to eat some of the bee cookies that are in your goodie bags too. So make sure you check this out and ask your parents if you can eat a cookie later.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. Nothing really additional to add. I'll say congratulations, Barbara, and to all of the T students there. Just incredible initiative, incredible demonstration of research and becoming really knowledgeable and informed on a really specific topic and bringing that to our broader community. So congratulations.
Vice Mayor Klofstad.
Yeah, I'll echo all of my fellow council members. Great job, very informative. I would like to just say that we do have a couple other organizations in the community that I think it would be great if you made the similar presentation to, and that would be the Tahoe Truckee Unified School District. They do currently practice a minimal chemical pest control program. But I think they would love to hear from the detail that you guys present, as well as Sierra Watershed Education Partnerships. I believe they would see this as very valuable because they are here to protect the watershed, and I believe the bees are doing that as well. So again, thank you, and I hope you continue your mission.
I agree with all what my fellow council members have just said. I looked into the Bee City, I listened to the presentation, and I realized that is a big project in order to become a Bee City. The town council put Bee Cities on a wait list, if you will, and but I don't think you should wait for the town on this, and there are nonprofits who we could work with, like the Watershed Council, the local chapter of the California Native Plant Society, SWEP. As the Vice Mayor alluded to, the rec district has a lot of fields and a lot of land that could be that could accept native plants like penstemons. I mentioned penstemons because the penstemons in my backyard have really spread, and right now they are being pollinated by at least 3 different kinds of bumblebees. So I think we are fully supportive and appreciative of what you students have presented to us, drawing our attention to this. But I agree with Councilmember Pallavi that it's probably going to require a nonprofit, which I think the town could then support. So get in contact with me if you want to discuss this further. Okay, Town Manager.
I'm going to suggest that maybe we take a short break to allow everybody that can't stay. We'd love for you to stay, but if you can't tonight, to gather their things. And then we didn't get a picture of all the students. So if you could come up quickly and we could get a picture of you, that would be great. We'd love to have that for our files. And if council, you'd like to join them, please do so.
Okay, in the meantime, for everybody, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Jan.
He's on? I'm on. Okay, all right. Next on the calendar is the consent items. These are items that are considered non-controversial. I do have to read the titles before we can consider them, and there's 18 of them, so please bear with me. First will be the minutes from our June 10th, 2025 meeting. 6.2 is adoption of hosted rental ordinance amendments. 6.3 is acceptance of the transit audit report for fiscal year 2023-24. 6.4 is amending the GAN appropriations limit for fiscal year 2025-26. 6.5 is approval of the wage matrix for fiscal year 2025-26. 6.6 is a claim for damages against the town of Truckee. 6.7 is the Riverview Sports Park Trail Connection Project Construction Contract Award. 6.8 is the West River Street Park Budget Amendment for slope stability work between Dale Bay Yumaway Park and the Truckee River. 6.9 is approval of contract with the Truckee Downtowner LLC for fiscal year 2025-26, TART Connect Microtransit Services. 6.10 is the Titan Electrical Contracting Expenditures. 6.11 is a resolution declaring Edmonds Drive parcel exempt surplus land under the Surplus Land Act. 6.12 is the consultant contract for the 7th cycle housing element for the 2027-2035 planning period. 6.13 is the fiscal year 25-26 request of Transportation Development Act funds from the Nevada County Transportation Commission and budget amendment. 6.14 fiscal year 2025-26 through fiscal year 2026-27 council priorities work plan. 6.15 transfer of funding to Truckee Library Joint Powers Authority. 6.16 conditional grant award to the town of Truckee from the California Department of Highway Patrol's Cannabis Tax Fund program. 6.17 is a consulting services with Air Diamond Creative Consulting for process implementation and associated projects. And then finally, 6.18 is a contract for videography services. Now, would any member of the council like to pull one of these items from the consent calendar?
I'd like to pull 617, please.
Would anyone from staff like to pull an item?
No, Mayor.
Would anyone in the public wish to pull an item? Okay. Do I have a motion for the consent calendar items 6.1 through 6.18 with the exception of 6.17?
I'll move for all other than 6.17.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Mayor,
Thank you.
we should do a roll call
We have
vote.
to do a roll call vote.
Okay. Because of the resolution. Okay.
Because of the
Let's do-
remote participation.
Correct. Councilmember Romack?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Klopstad?
Aye.
Mayor Zabriskie?
Aye.
Councilmember Pallavi?
Aye.
And Councilmember Henderson?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. 6.17 was pulled. Do we, as staff prepared, kind of give us a summary on that?
We don't have a presentation prepared, but this is the second contract with Air Diamond Creative to implement recommendations out of the operational assessment and the report of findings that he completed as part of his review in the last 6 months or so. David will be leading team collaboration, communicating with our stakeholders and partners on where we're at in the process, helping to identify priorities of the recommendations for implementation, and working through specifically the implementation of a permitting software system.
Okay. So let's start with council questions then. And since you asked to pull it, do you mind? We'll start with you, Councilmember Pallavi.
Yeah, sure. And I'll just be brief here. It's not often I ever pull a consent item. So just wanted to, why I pulled it is because, and you guys all saw in my questions, I found the scope of work just a little bit vague, or a lot vague, and along with the goals, particularly not quite clearly defined for contracts that we're used to seeing. So I appreciate, as I said in some of my previous questions before the meeting and our set of questions of sort of why I felt that way. And I very much appreciated Mr. Diamond's responses. Absolutely. I appreciated some of staff's responses. And if everybody else is comfortable with it, that's fine. Personally, I think that we have an opportunity to both refine this and create priorities. And I really do appreciate the opportunity for collaboration. I think that's important. I might suggest maybe a small middle step to this. So proposing a solution to the reasons why I pulled it. I'm not opposed to the contract amount. I have no problem with the hourly or the monthly retainer. Again, my concerns are simply with the goals and scope of work. So I would be much more supportive of proceeding with a month-to-month contract for the next 60 days or so and allow that collaborative process to take place with a clear set of priorities so that we as a council know what's being worked on. The group then has a very clear idea of what's being worked on. I think we've already implemented, as the staff report identified, quite a few things that staff is already proceeding on with Mr. Diamond's assistance. And to me, really rising to the top is the software implementation. And while I see, in that scope of work, at the end of the day, what I don't see in the goals is, we will select this provider by the end of this contract. I don't see enough of what we're going to get done specifically in this page-and-a-half contract to warrant the amount of money being asked of us right now. So it's not necessarily a point of, I would say, clarity that I need from council. It's more a point of clarity that I'm looking at from the contract in order to be more assured of sort of the direction that we're headed on this. So that's why I chose to pull it. I would very much like to continue the work. I am in no way saying pause any of this work. I'm saying maybe let's continue with a month or 2 month retainer and see what that gets us so that then we can have a clear scope of work after that, and one that provides a set of deliverables. I think that's the other piece that was, to me, really missing from this contract, was when we tend to do this, generally we have a set of deliverables that we're expecting out of it. And I don't think that's known yet, right? Which is part of the reason why we're here. And so let's pause, let's let some of this work happen, and then let's create a better scope of work that actually has some real meat to it with some specificity. So both the public, the people participating in all of these teams, and I'm also quite conscious of, you didn't answer this, Mr. Diamond, in some of your questions, but I mean, there's no limit on any of this either. It just says work with teams. Like, there's already 2 teams. I don't want to end up with 10 teams, right? We don't have a limit on anything. So to me, I'm just looking for a little bit more of a package before I move this forward. Less a question, more a commentary.
Yeah, I was wondering, do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. My questions were definitely answered in the question and answer. I don't need to repeat those. I've presented an alternative, and I'll leave it up to the rest of you to decide where you want to go with it.
Okay. Councilmember Romack.
Do we want to open it up to the public before? I don't have
No
any questions, but
okay.
yeah, I'm happy to deliberate.
We'll allow public comment. Councilmember Henderson, do you have any questions? Okay. Vice Mayor.
No questions.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Klostad, do you have any questions? Okay. Staff, is there a provision already in the contract for terminating the contract on so many days' notice?
We haven't executed the contract yet. We just have the scope of work. So it's our standard clause in the contract.
Our standard clause for consulting contracts is that we can terminate at any time on 30 days' notice.
30 days notice, okay. And then, I think I understood the response of Mr. Diamond recognizing the benefit of milestones, deliverables, as Councilmember Pallavi described them. But he also said this was a more flexible approach, recognizing that that the milestones have to be developed through the interaction with the town staff. Is that a fair characterization of his answer?
I think it's an interaction with town staff as well as our stakeholder groups, including the Contractors Association, of what are we prioritizing, what makes sense. I mean, I think Councilmember Pallavi has valid points. It's just we're trying to balance the fluidity of this process and the timing without delays. I think Councilmember Pallavi proposed a solution. Maybe another option to consider is if we committed to updates in our quarterly reports of where we're at. Mr. Diamond has already emailed out progress reports from the meetings we've had, or kind of summaries of the meetings we've had, which I forwarded to council, so you're aware of that process as well. And he sends those to Kat and our stakeholders. So we're trying to keep you all informed. And we can include those updates in the quarterly reports so the community is informed as well, if that's another option to consider.
Okay, at this time, how often is there a regular schedule for the presentation of progress reports?
There is not at the moment. We're still working through priorities and next steps.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mayor, could I know I said I didn't have questions. May I ask a question?
Yes.
Thank you, I appreciate that. What is, and I think it's directed towards town staff, what is the earliest that council might be able to see a contract if that was desired, and or could we see, if a contract was executed, could we see the subsequent task order that goes with that contract?
So tonight, the consent item is asking for authorization to execute the contract, so we did not include the draft contract as part of that. The scope of work is provided as an attachment to the staff report. We don't have, I don't know that we were necessarily envisioning coming up with individual task items. The first thing was to identify the priorities that we all agreed on. We've committed to coming back to council in August, September with the recommendations of what we're moving forward. I think the one that is known and we've all agreed on is the permitting software. So there's meetings happening on that end already in terms of what the processes are in the flow charting. If you did not want to authorize execution of the contract tonight, the earliest we'd be back with something more detailed would be August. I think it's August 12th is our meeting.
But to be clear, there's nothing that stops you from executing a monthly retainer under $50,000 to continue the work, especially if that direction is given.
I can execute something that would be for 2 months, pending that the consultant is interested in a short term. I mean, he's here, we could ask him, but it would be, yeah.
And what I'm proposing, to be clear, is I'm not proposing to like eliminate this contract or this work. I just want to see more specificity, and I think exactly to Jen's comments, and especially in light of our work plan and budget discussions, and I apologize, this isn't a question, but I'll just keep going to get to the end of this so we can have public comment and we can address some of this, to get to a point of, we know there's going to be constraints and resource constraints, both human and financial. And to me, it doesn't seem unreasonable, especially since I think in the responses, they've already told us they have a priority list for the next 6 months or for the half the year. So to me, focusing on over the next couple of months, developing both the priority list that staff can sign off on that is within both our human and financial resources should then be able to flow into a scope of work with goals and deliverables that should be executable, whether in a 10-month process. So to me, that's what I'm asking for, is just some more boundaries and clarity as to where we're headed with this, versus the way it's worded and sort of contracted at the moment.
Okay, I have a couple more questions. Has the town ever done a month-to-month consultant contract before?
I don't know if we've done month to month. We've certainly done short-term agreements and then extended them either in length of time or in dollar value.
But because we generally do have that 30-day termination clause, termination without cause, effectively, just about any town contract that we sign can be terminated at any time.
Yeah. So a 30-day contract, at what point would it come up for renewal? Would it come back to council for renewal every month?
Doesn't have to come back to council as long as it stays under Jen's signature authority.
Just $50,000.
So you would just be having to renew a contract every month?
Process
But-
a contract extension.
Would you be having to modify the contract every month?
Well, I guess it would depend on if the scope of work and the details of what's provided that month is identified as something different.
Well, would the scope of work be just for 1 month?
Well, I think what I'm hearing the council member ask for is something more specific. So in theory, every month, there would be a more specific deliverable that would be amended in the contract.
Okay, thank you. I am hoping we get some public comment, and would be interested in hearing just an elaboration on why specific deliverables are not being proposed at this time.
I think if you're interested in hearing from the consultant, which is what it sounds like, he is here and we could invite him up to answer that question. We typically don't hold them to public comment 3 minutes while they're explaining their work.
Okay, fine. Everyone fine with that? Yeah. Okay. Mr. Diamond, would you mind coming to the podium? You heard our discussion. I'm interested in hearing just an elaboration on your explanation for going with a more flexible approach and why you don't feel it would be appropriate to do milestones or deliverables right now.
Yeah, I think just in the initial stage of this, because we're talking about some recommendations that were in my report and recommendations that were in the Baker-Tilly report. For me to give you specific recommendations or deliverables would be to say that I'm going to make decisions on behalf of staff and behalf of the community on what we will be prioritizing and when. With some of these things, like the permitting software, this is not something that will be done by the end of this year. This is something we will get in phases. With all enterprise software, it has to be deployed this way. So it will start out, with the first phase, a second phase, third phase. We're talking about years until it's fully functional. And as I said in my own report, and I've said before in these conversations, the A word that people are throwing around with regard to which software should be chosen is definitely a leading contender. But until we do the analysis of what expectations are and what the needs assessment of both internal staff and customers are on this, we can't be certain for Truckee's individual needs that software will be suitable, even if it is in place at Placer, Nevada County, Washoe, and TRPA. That certainly increases the likelihood that software would work for us. But I've seen in my career over 20 years in enterprise software, people coming in just assuming when they swipe their credit cards and buy and sign a contract for enterprise software, they install this, they find out that it's extremely expensive and cumbersome to get this going, and then it doesn't ultimately meet expectations. So it becomes a very big sinkhole of finances over the years of the contracts. And when we would be looking at a contract with a vendor, we would be looking at a 5 or 7 year contract to lock in price. It's an expensive mistake. So this is where I'm saying, like, we have so much upfront work to do on this in terms of collaboration with the stakeholder groups to determine where we want to go. We've already had one meeting. There was a decision made by the stakeholder, recommendation made to go one direction with one of the recommendations. I did spec that out. Then there was concern about that as that word got out in the general public with some of the other stakeholders publicly, and we're revising that now. So if I had put that as an example in the contract about deliverables, it would have been a moot point because we've now changed the course of that direction. Everything is just extremely in flux right now. Tons and tons of recommendations, and we're trying to maintain a collaborative, open process because we're not entirely sure where this goes.
Okay. Is the current plan to provide progress reports on a quarterly basis?
I would be happy to provide you progress on a monthly basis if you would hear me. But definitely
Got
on
that,
a
I
quarterly
understand.
basis. Yeah, it would be. I'm already proud of the progress we've made.
Okay. Are there any other questions from the consultant while we have him at the podium?
I do. Thanks, David.
Yeah.
So you just sort of like highlighted a couple of my concerns, I would actually say, in your two examples that you just provided. So, and I guess this leads me directly into the question of, I mean, clearly you're comfortable with the contract, so I get that. And you've heard why I'm not so comfortable with it. But you just stood up here and said, I'm not sure where this goes.
Right.
That's really concerning to me, right? So as a consultant with a monthly retainer, don't you have a concern with that same thing? Or are you going to put capacity constraints and resource constraints on the process versus if we gave you 2 more months to figure out, I'm sure where this is going to go, we're going to do software implementation, we're going to do a fee analysis. I'm just making this up. This isn't what we're going to do. Okay. We're going to do these 3 things. As the contractor and the consultant, doesn't that provide you with more clarity as to what you're actually supposed to execute on in the remaining 9 months of your contract?
The clarity that we have, as we put, I don't know if you got the specification for our stakeholders group. It is a 6-month chunk of time for them to decide what they will do for the 6 months. So I was confident in our last meeting what we would be doing for the first 6 months. That did get changed afterwards. And I'm trying to maintain that collaborative approach because I feel like that input from the stakeholder group and from staff and from public is warranted. So if they do have a concern about a decision that's been made, I applaud the openness of that group to be willing to reconsider that. So I could have told you after that meeting where we were going. In fact, I did draft a summary of that was shared with Kat and that was shared with the members of that group. And then it changed. So if we are contractually obliged to do a specific thing, then the question I would have is if that course changes, well, 2 questions. First, can we do a contract to do a specific thing before we've heard from the people who are stakeholders in making those suggestions? A suggestion then leads into a discussion with staff. Is this practical? Can we do this? That's more discussion that has to happen. When we get to the point where we're confident that can happen, at that point in time, I could tell you what's going to happen. But at that point in time, we're already well into the work.
I think you're honestly just highlighting my concerns.
And I'm glad that I'm honestly highlighting your concerns because I need to be honest with you on this.
Yeah. And
you're not hiring me to build a wall. You're not hiring me
and I'm not debating that, but with a little more time, do you think you could have a more precise scope of work with actual goals and deliverables? Like this just started, I guess is my point. This just started. And what I'm worried about is exactly what you just said. You just nailed it, right? Well, we started down this path and then 3 people over here didn't like that path. So now we're going to go back to the drawing board and have another path again. And we're going to have 3 more meetings to get to the next path. I want to see progress, right? So my question again is like, do you think if you had a couple of more months, 60 days or so, you would be able to get that out of the way so you at least could have a 6-month runway of pretty predictable scope of work?
The answer would be in 2 months' time, we will know more because we will be working. If the contract is not renewed, my contract currently with the town ends at the end of this month.
Right. I understand.
So, yeah. So the question would be, like, if we are bringing recurring contract renewals, again, am I predicting where we go with things? This is a huge scope of work, council member.
I agree with you.
And it's difficult to wrangle this into a prediction without making decisions that are not on behalf of staff and stakeholders.
May I recommend that we open public comment, and then if we need to, we can go back to questioning the consultant.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Diamond. Now's opportunity for public comment. Would anybody like to comment on this agenda item? You'll have 3 minutes. Please direct your comments to the council. Mr. Vento.
Edward Vento, Executive Director of the Contractors Association. We are actually very comfortable with how the contract is written, how the scope of work is outlined. We like the flexibility in it. Discuss this with other members within my organization this afternoon. What we're doing here is actually very fluid. And the flexibility the town has shown, Mr. Diamond has shown, after meetings with our representatives, where some decisions were made, we worked through a committee, through a chair, through everybody else. And I believe we need that flexibility. We also need that flexibility to take advantage of opportunities that come up as we explore the processes, the capabilities that the town has, some talents that the staff has. So we think that's very important. I understand Mr. Pallavi's concerns. You're being a good manager, I get it. But I also think in this certain situation, we're doing something different here, and the flexibility is important. I would ask the town council to, trust our judgment, trust Jen, trust me, trust Mr. Diamond, and trust Kat that we're completely comfortable with this. I also receive reports from Mr. Diamond, the same ones that Jen gets, and we have conversations, the same ones that you're getting. And so I think he needs that flexibility as we go forward. If we impose specific deliverables, we might be tied to that. And the work plan for that committee or that work group might be stuck with that. I can't emphasize enough that maybe in this certain situation, we need to deviate and just stay flexible, for this, because we have made an incredible amount of progress in a short time. And I don't think a lot of that progress was actually in a document that said we're going to do A, B, C, D. We just found some of those opportunities as we went along the way. And so I think we're doing a good service to the town, a good service to our industry and our membership and the trades in general. And so I would encourage you to just leave the document as is and approve that, and just have some trust in us that we're going to deliver. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vento. Are there any other people who would like to make a comment? Seeing none, let's bring it back to council. Finish up with deliberation. We essentially already started. I'm going to look now to Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is a really important process, and we've already invested in a lot. So I don't want to necessarily slow it down for, we're not back until August, another month, probably 2 months if we were good to go down that track. And that said, Councilmember Pallavi, I do understand your concerns about lack of specificity in contracts. I mean, I execute a lot of contracts with a lot of different clients, and it's very clear, whether it's on a TNM basis or a retainer and a not to exceed, and it often does have the deliverables included in it. And if it doesn't, or in the task order that follows on with the contract. But I think for me in this moment, while it's challenging, the greater risk is that we delay deeply and we lose momentum on something where there's a lot of buy-in right now across the community. And I think my personal opinion right now is I don't want to risk that delay.
Councilmember Romick.
Thank you. I am fully in support of moving forward with the contract as is. Appreciate, David, your comments, and Ed, your comments. I truly see this as, flexibility and opportunity to really understand collaboratively what the next steps are. I don't want to set timetables on in 2 months we're going to have 7 priorities, because what if it goes down the path of we're really deep into this software exploration, and right now we're testing out 5 different softwares, and that's all they're focused on right now because that's taking a bunch of the time. And so I'm not comfortable setting short term. I think when you set short term contracts, we're not guaranteeing to our stakeholders, to our consultant, that this process is going to continue. And I think we've all been committed to this process continuing. I will also share, I work at Placer County. We hire consultants to do a variety of things. An example, I help manage a contract with a consultant that's working on the Placer County Short-Term Rental Advisory Working Group. That kind of has a scope like this too, because going into it, it was kind of unknown of what exactly were the tasks going to be. And that consultant provides monthly reports, and we get to see all the work being done. And so I think that's a great idea, to get monthly reports that we can all see. But again, I would say this is not unusual from my perspective as somebody who works in local government, to give flexibility to some of these processes. So I'm comfortable moving forward as is. I like the idea that we get monthly reports. I think that would be a great add-on to the contract. But otherwise, I'm comfortable moving forward.
Do you have anything more you want to add, Councilmember Pallavi? Or?
I don't, and I just wanted to be really clear. I in no way want to cease or stop any of this work. So if my comments are interpreted that way, that is not how they were intended. It simply is to create, we have a work plan and we have budgets and we know kind of what our goals are for the year, and we hold ourselves to that accountability. We hold all of our staff to that accountability. And I was simply asking I was honestly saying, let's provide that flexibility so that this process can continue for the next 60 days. It's not unheard of to extend a contract or sign a monthly retainer in the same amount. So I want to be clear. I don't have anything else to add. It's not my discomfort with the process, and it's not my discomfort with the work that's being done, which I fully support and have supported every step of the way and will continue to support. It's the scope and the way that we're going about this that doesn't sit well with me, but that's okay. I get outvoted, and that's fine. That's why it's on consent.
Yes, thank you. Vice Mayor Klofstad.
Yeah, Councilmember Pallavi, I appreciate you identifying your concerns. And if we're going to have a successful process, we all need to be upfront and completely honest about where our concerns are, where we're excited, where we want to leap off the cliff versus where we want to sit back and think about it for a little while. And it is exactly that flexibility that this agreement provides us. I think Air Diamond Services have proven their commitment to this process and their understanding of the challenges that it will face. This is not going to be a linear path. And it is very rare that we have a consultant that understands our community in the depth and breadth that David Diamond does. So I'm completely supportive of moving this contract ahead full steam. And I also want to just recognize and appreciate that we are all on board up here of continuing this process, regardless of how that looks. I think that in and of itself is a huge success for our community. Thank you.
I think Councilmember Pallavi has done a good job of articulating what a concern is. I'm comfortable, however, with being able to terminate the contract on 30 days notice. And more than that, I trust the people that are involved. I've litigated these kinds of contracts with the state where they were for tens of millions of dollars and involved milestones and deliverables against big litigation against big corporations. And this is not one of those situations. This is a small community. We know who the consultant is. We trust our staff to advise us if things seem to be going awry. And for that additional reason, I'm ready to
Then I'll make a
take a
motion.
vote. Yes, let's hear a motion.
Yes, to approve the contract with Air Diamond.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
We have to do roll call.
Okay.
Thank you.
Darn.
Councilmember Romack?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Klofstad?
Aye.
Mayor Zabriskie?
Aye.
Councilmember Pallavi?
No.
And Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now we'll move on to item 7.2. This is oh, that's right. We're only at 7.1. 7.1, is this the small house on Donner Pass Road?
Yes, this is, we're talking about a historic inventory category redesignation and non-renewal of a Mills Act contract. The project is located on Donner Pass Road on the west side of our historic district, and it is located east of the MacIver roundabout, but right in the middle of that block from Spring Street from that to that area. The project site includes 2 buildings. The building on the front is a historic resource that we're discussing today. And here are some photos of the historic resource as it's aged throughout time. And then just to give you a brief overview about what we're talking about today, the governing documents for this project are our typical general plan, our development code, and then it's also the downtown Truckee specific plan. And specifically to this project, we're going to discuss the historic design guidelines, which are the primary regulatory tool that we use to guide the development of our historic district, to ensure the preservation of our historic resources, and to ensure that we'll move forward in preserving that historic feel of our downtown. There are guidelines within this document that help determine appropriateness of project proposals in the historic district and character area. For this project is located in the Brickletown character area, which is denoted not by the purple oblong shape that you can see there. It's the number 1. There are 9 character areas within the town within the historic district. This one's in the Brickletown character area, and each character area has specific guidelines that help a project that create a specific context for that neighborhood. The historic design guidelines apply to all projects within the historic preservation district, including historic resources and new construction, and focuses mostly on exterior modifications. When we adopted our historic preservation district, we also adopted our historic resources architectural inventory, which in 2003. As part of that, we hired a consultant to create a primary record, which you can see on the right, for every property within the historic district. And each of these documents identify what the history is of each structure, highlights key architectural features that should be retained, and then potential preservation opportunities that we might want to bring back if the occasion arises. This document also includes the categorization of the historic structure based on the integrity of the historic resource. So there are 4 different categories that are identified within the historic design guidelines. Category A, that's for projects that have the most historic integrity, have been altered the least, and are considered essential to our historic district, like the CB White House, which is currently houses RMU. The Category B buildings are considered contributing, so that means that there's maybe some alterations, but it's retained a relatively high degree of integrity in terms of historic preservation. Category C buildings are supporting. They've probably had some substantial alterations, but they've retained their overall form and scale and have the potential to be restored back to a period of significance identified within our historic guidelines. And then finally, there's the Category D, which is considered non-essential. These are non-historic buildings. Guidelines for new construction apply to these buildings. These buildings have lost all historic information. There is no sufficient integrity to convey their significance in the Category D buildings. So the project that we're looking at today is considered a Category B contributing resource per its adopted inventory. It was constructed around 1885, and the inventory identifies key features such as the front gable. It's the building on the left on this photo. The key features are the front gable with a rectangular plan, the steep pitched roof with narrow eave, and then the covered porch with the shed roof. Also noted within the inventory, it states that this is one of the smaller, more modest residences built in the neighborhood and stands in sharp contrast to the larger building to the east, which the building to the east is a Category A building. The property owners came in March 2023 for a historic design review to make some changes to the property, change the use from single-family residence to commercial, lift the building 2 feet to add our first floor, relocate the building 11.5 feet closer to Donner Pass Road, add an addition to the west and rear of the building, along with adding the first floor, removing a non-historic rear porch, adding an ADA ramp to accommodate the commercial use, reconstruct the front stairs, and install landscaping and other site improvements. Just to give you a brief project timeline, this project was submitted in March 2023. We took it to HPAC in June to just get their direction on whether or not that relocation of the building 11.5 feet closer to Donner Pass Road would be something that they would be amenable to. At that meeting, HPAC said that that would be an okay component of the project that they could review. In August 2023, HPAC reviewed the entire project, all of those changes seen in the previous slide. They recommended approval with minor conditions relating to lighting and roofing. And then the Community Development Director, the review authority, approved the project with other minor modifications, including requiring a detailed rehabilitation plan related to retention of materials and structural elements. And then in February 2024, the building permit was applied for, including that rehabilitation plan, and then the applicant started construction in May. Staff conducted a few different site visits, and then in September of 2024, we took this picture on the lower left-hand side of the slide where we grew a little concerned that there was quite a bit of loss of historic integrity to the project. We saw that there was no structural elements that were retained on the historic building, and thought that this might be a good time to hire Broadbent to conduct a historical assessment to determine whether or not all of these changes that have been both approved and not approved would reassess this historical structure to a different category in our historic guidelines. So we hired Broadbent, who is an environmental consulting firm that includes cultural resource management services. We've relied on their expertise quite a bit in many prior projects related to historic assessments. They reviewed the structure's history, the project history, our design guidelines, the Secretary of Interior standards and guidelines for rehabilitation, and then the National Register of Historic Places standards and criteria. And overall, ultimately, the recommendation was that due to the amount of changes that have occurred to the building over time through this project, they recommended that the project be reclassified from a Category B, contributing resource, to a Category D, non-essential, finding that the project was not consistent with the historic design guidelines, the Secretary of Interior standards, and the National Register aspects of integrity. We'll go through these quickly. They're detailed quite a bit within your report. We can always circle back around if you need additional information. As I stated, Broadbent reviewed the historic design guidelines, our local guidelines, and our local guidelines look at periods of significance, architectural significance, and integrity of the building. And our historic design guidelines have identified architecture, so architectural features of the building, and the context of the building within the community, the Brickletown area, during a specific time period, the Boomtown years, as the most important components of why this project or this building is considered a Category B building. Based on the changes to the building through this project, Broadbent found that most of the all of the architectural features were not preserved. There's a number of changes to the building, including the scale, form, plan, and site layout. And with that, Broadbent based their recommendation that it did not retain the historic integrity in terms of architecture of the character area. Additionally, they looked at the Secretary of Interior standards and guidelines, which is a document created by the National Park Service, a federal document, and it's incorporated by reference in the design guidelines. So we use those as part of our review of projects that are touching historic resources. It provides guidance and standards to historic building owners, consultants, contractors, and to the town. It has 10 criteria that's related to the standards for rehabilitation. So Broadbent went through each one to determine whether this project is consistent. And the primary idea behind rehabilitation is that any new alterations to the project wouldn't destroy historic materials, features, and spatial relationships that characterize the property. So with that, Broadbent found that of the 8 applicable standards, there's 2 that were not applicable. They found that the project didn't meet 6 of them, so was not consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards and guidelines. Additionally, our local system is based on the National Register concepts of significance, which is the workmanship of the building, the period of significance, its representation of a certain time period, and its integrity. And those are, and they are 7 aspects of integrity, including location, design, setting, materials, workmanship, feeling, and association that are used as part of the consideration of these 3 items for the National Register. Based off Broadbent's review, Broadbent found that all 7 of these aspects haven't been met through this project. So with all of that's how Broadbent came to its conclusion that that's lost its contributing categorization and should be downgraded to a Category D, non-essential building. We did take this to our Historic Preservation Advisory Commission, our HPAC, to review the proposed redesignation based off of Broadbent's recommendation. We presented the project again and the assessment. HPAC's review in February, they noted that the building has been compromised. It has lost some historic integrity, but they believe that it still retained its historic integrity overall and contributes to the historic district and the character area. And they believe that its form and scale were retained with the roof line, stair location, and similar exterior materials. And they recommended, rather than Broadbent's recommendation of categorizing it to a D, they recommended to a Category C, supporting historic resource, which is a project that has experienced substantial alterations but has retained their overall form and scale and have the potential to be restored. Staff's recommendation today is more aligned with the Broadbent's assessment. Staff believes that based on the amount of changes that have happened through this project, that the project has lost its Category D, or lost its Category B designation and should be recategorized to Category D, non-essential. While we recognize that there is some retention of feel of the historic building, the gable roof, the stair location, porch, it is more of a reconstruction that mimics a historic resource rather than the retention of the historic resource itself. The new building is not consistent with the historic design guidelines and the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. And really, if the council thinks that there should be more flexibility in the historic design guidelines that allow this type of project, it's more of a discussion of policy rather than whether or not this is consistent with the historic design guidelines at this time. We see this as a learning opportunity on how to move forward with larger projects like this, modifications. Maybe we bring in a consultant earlier in the process to review the project plans with us, have more discussions with our HPAC about how to ensure the preservation of historic resources. Another note about this project, it is currently under a Mills Act contract, which was entered in November 14th, 2022, and this was entered into with this current property owner. The Mills Act is a state law that allows a reduction in property tax in exchange for continued preservation of the property, so less money is taken from them so they can use that money to go into their property. And it only applies to historic resources, so Category A, B, or C buildings. It is on a 10-year rolling term, which means that once the contract is signed, it's 10 years, and every year, 1 year is added. So it's just a continuous rolling 10 years, unless either the property owner or the town decide to non-renew the contract. So if the council adopts or opts to redesignate the building to a Category D resource as staff recommended, the property would no longer be eligible for this Mills Act contract. And there are 2 options to end the contract. One is cancellation, which would be if the property fails to meet the terms of the contract, there'd be a public hearing and a fee equal to 12.5% of the current fair market value of the property. Or there's a non-renewal, which ends the automatic 1-year extension and allows the Mills Act contract to run out the remaining 9-year term. And today, staff's recommendation is to direct staff to move forward with a notice of non-renewal of the Mills Act consistent with the state legislation rules and requirements. And I do want to note that the property owner throughout this process has been cooperative. We've had consistent communication during the relocation process, and I think overall they understand that this has changed drastically. I think they would prefer to have it to maintain its Mills Act contract and appreciate HPAC's consideration. So they are here today if there are any questions specifically for the property owner. Today, staff's recommendation is to adopt Resolution 2025-44, authorizing the recategorization of this building to a Category D non-essential historic resource, and directing staff to serve written notice of non-renewal of the Mills Act contract to the property owners, and then filing that notice with the Nevada County Recorder. And I'm here for any questions.
Thank you, Yumi. We'll start with Councilmember Romek.
Sure. Thank you, Yumi. I appreciate all that information. I did have a question on the two designations you showed that Broadbent kind of went through and said, yeah, like you can leave it on this one. It seems like a fair bit of these were kind of decided when the plans were approved, moving the building, some alterations. Was there a discussion with this property owner that there was a chance that this might happen throughout this process? I just kind of want to understand that a little bit.
I think there was discussion about it with staff and the property owner. There was concern about the amount of changes that were occurring. That's why we took it to HPAC initially to get their read on it, to provide us feedback on whether or not that the relocation was considered a larger demolition that we needed to go through a different process. So we did discuss it with the applicant.
Okay. And then it seems like in reading the staff report, they did not maintain any of the historic materials. And I think you kind of showed that. Is that kind of really the biggest issue where we're at now of they've done all these other things we knew were going to happen, and then they weren't able to retain these materials, and that really put it over the edge of recommendation of a D?
I think it was all very tenuous, and seeing the actual fruition of the project kind of made it more obvious to us as staff that this was really very different than any other rehabilitation project that we've seen in the town. So I think it's kind of the whole package. I think it kind of put it over the edge with the loss of the structural elements and the loss of the materials. And the materials, when I saw them on site, they were very dilapidated. They were very old. So I don't know exactly how far we could have taken the reuse of them, but it didn't seem like we were trying at that time.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions. So just going back, I think the staff report referenced HPAC believed the relocation of the 11.5 feet, it would not negatively impact the historic reading and character of the area, at least originally. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And HPAC they continue to recommend that it's a Category C, not a Category D.
Yes, a downgrade from the B.
Right. And implication of this going forward, C versus D, any other implications other than eligibility for Mills Act?
It would be considered a non-essential resource moving forward, and then it would be under the new construction requirements or guidelines of our historic design guidelines, which are a little more lax than our historic preservation guidelines, but there are requirements for ensuring character, consistency, and compatibility.
Thank you. And then would you just pull up your slide once more showing Mills Act non-renewal versus contract cancellation as my fellow council members ask their questions, just so I can look at that once more. Thank you. And that's it.
Councilmember Pahlavi.
I just think this is like so classic coming from Mr. Diamond's report recently that we're all of a sudden hearing this HPAC conversation. My question is, how far can you reuse materials that aren't reusable?
I think it's a challenge to reuse them. I think the challenge was that the rehabilitation plan didn't really account for what happens when the materials aren't salvageable and how we would use any parts of it as part of the rehabilitation plan. And at that point, it was just, I think it was just foregone and it wasn't revisited and it wasn't brought back. We couldn't bring it back to HPAC and have that discussion again.
You mean if I just add to what you're saying too, and it's hard to convey this, but a lot of these historic buildings have sort of this character within them of our historic, building techniques. It's like the way that they were put together is so different than you would build modern construction. So we've been in structures that have balloon framing, so it's 16-inch studs. no foundation. Their foundation is their railroad ties, basically stuck on top of rocks. So when we lose, it's not just the materials, it's the sort of construction history also is part of it that over time won't be in that building anymore. So like this building won't have that. So it's not just the materials, it's, how the buildings were put together, those techniques and all that history itself too.
Is it arguable, or is it, what's the argument that the property owner benefits more by being moved to a designated D non-essential than retaining any type of historic designation? Wouldn't be designated D have incredibly more flexibility in terms of future uses?
Sure, yes. In terms of they could demo the property and rebuild if they wanted.
With nothing, with zero, right? So is this a question, is this a policy question in front of us of how and when and how and if we want to see our historic structures rehabilitated, and some of them are so far past salvageable, whether it's from the site, whether it's from the materials, whether it's simply from the floor plan that is not economically feasible, which was most likely the case in this scenario. It doesn't make sense to spend all that money to create a 1-bedroom, 900 square foot house. Like, nobody's going to do that. So how, what are we trying to save here? Or what is the purpose of retaining a C versus a D, and how does that impact both the property owner and or the district at large? And if that's more of a policy question, I understand that. I would say it is, but that's what we're being asked to decide tonight.
I think it's twofold. I think tonight we're trying to uphold our historic design guidelines as they're written right now. If there's additional direction that you want us to revisit how our historic preservation guidelines move forward and approach these types of projects where they are very far gone and need more than rehabilitation, I think that's a policy question.
But that is not the agendized topic tonight.
I understand that. But what I'm saying is it's in the community and the towns and the historic district's best interest to keep it a C. Would that be an accurate statement?
Perhaps for this one instance, but I think it would create challenges for future projects and setting precedent for how we approach large modifications to historic resources.
And it is really in the property owner's interest to have it reclassified as a D. We already said that, right? Generally.
I mean, you would have to ask him.
Is the property owner here?
Yes.
Oh, you are? Wonderful. We would love to hear from you. Not quite yet, but at some point we will get you up here. Thank you. Thank you for being here. What's your name? Can we get a name?
Carl.
Carl, thank you.
Carl Thurp. From my conversations with Carl, I think he appreciates the historic value of the category C and isn't necessarily asking for the category D, but it may be beneficial to him financially in the long run.
Mm-hmm. And so I guess just going back to my last question, because I'm not sure it was clear, it is a benefit to the community and to the historic district more from a ability to say we have a historic downtown with X number of resources categorized as A, B, or C. We qualify for X, Y, or Z. This is why we're important as a cultural resource. We're one of 9 cultural districts in the entire state of California, right? I don't know the exact, 14, thank you. I knew I was close. Sorry. So I'm just struggling with, I guess it's for deliberation. I guess my questions are done. Thank you.
Councilmember Klofstad.
So, according to this slide, the benefit of being recategorized to a C rather than a D is that it would allow this property to still benefit from the Mills Act. Correct?
That's correct.
That's it. That's the properties.
That's the property's benefit. Yes, exactly. I think everybody else has drilled in deep enough on this one. I'm good. Thank you.
So in looking at this building now, it's a replica of historical buildings. And you said there is, we do have requirements that buildings down in the historical district be consistent, maintain the same character as the surrounding historical buildings. Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you. So now it's time for public comment. Would anyone like to make a public comment?
You'd like
Okay.
to make a public comment, you can. We can ask you questions if you don't after, but yeah. Yeah. If you have one, you should make one.
Is green on or?
Green.
Green is go. Is it on? Okay, you can hear me. Yeah, this is a real tough call for you guys to have to make. As the owner of the property, the recommendation is probably in my best interest, as you guys surmised. Moving it to Class D is probably going to increase my long-term property value. The savings that we receive through the Mills Act contract, because we have triple net leases, being a commercial building, our tenants pay our property taxes. So if those property taxes go up, you're passing on costs to our tenants who are small business owners in downtown Truckee. So basically the recommended option is great for me in every sense of the word, but it's hard to kind of sit with the reality that means the hundreds of thousands of dollars I spent to build it the way that the town asked us to build it, which involved moving the entire structure rather than moving it in pieces or replacing it stick by stick. Those were dollars that are essentially down the drain. The days, weeks, months I spent like hand sanding the wood siding that had 150 years of lead-based paint on it that I then put back up and repainted to try and keep the rating was wasted time and effort. And I think probably most importantly for you guys to consider, like this sends an incredibly strong signal that the town of Truckee is entirely closed off to the idea of adaptive reuse, which in my opinion is what Class B and C structures exist for. And I would be cautious to warn you that, I think those buildings sitting over on West River are all but guaranteed to melt into the earth if you're not going to create incentives for folks to redevelop those things. And I'm seeing a very strong disincentive already. This is only kind of furthers that. So just my thoughts.
Thank you. Bringing it back to council for deliberation, we'll go back to Councilmember Henderson.
Yeah, thank you. So I do have one follow-up question for staff. So the current Mills Act contract, it still has a 9-year remaining term on it, just to confirm that.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'll dive right in. I mean, I think this, hearing from the property owner and hearing some of the council questions, I think that this feels like a bit of an unfortunate situation to me, probably from all angles, if you will. If the property no longer meets our historic guidelines and requirements, even to maintain it as a category C, then, unfortunately, it no longer meets those historic requirements and guidelines, right? And it seems like, at least based on the consultant that was hired and staff, that it does not meet those requirements anymore, that it would be classified to the category D. I know that there is a bit of a difference in opinion between HVAC, which thinks it's a category C. So I think I'm inclined at this point, given that both the consultant and staff have said it probably is a category D. It doesn't make the requirements. They've shown places where it doesn't meet the requirements. That's where I would lean towards as well, based on the information we have in front of us right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Romek.
Thank you. I'm struggling with this one a little bit. To my question, Yumi, on that slide that had the 7 things, and I think a fellow council member, again, asked this question in advance of which of the 7 items listed were approved in advance of the building's reconstruction, and 6 of them were. So I'm a little bit struggling that we're saying, I totally appreciate what Councilmember Henderson just said, but that's where I'm struggling, where if we were comfortable with 6 of these things moving forward, and then they did one more of them, and that has tipped the scales to now it's a D, that just seems like there was a fault in the process somewhere too, and we can't solve that now. we have to make the decision that makes sense. But I think that's something I'm struggling with. I do feel like I've heard some conversations in R2SC about, and we just heard about the cabins on West River Street, keep thinking about some of the other buildings and opportunities. And I think, Carl, you did a really excellent job of, it still looks historic. And Danielle, I hear you that we've lost some of that historic material inside. It's still maintaining the character of our downtown. So that's why I'm struggling and would like to lean more towards C, again, to kind of try to maintain more of that historic character. But yet I also hear what Councilmember Henderson said of, if it doesn't meet our standards, can we really go with that? So I'd be curious to hear my fellow council members. I definitely also, Yumi, I heard you say, it's worth talking about our historical design standards at a future council meeting. And I definitely think that is something worth exploring at some point too.
Councilmember Pallavi.
Yeah, Yumi, can you go back one more slide as well? I think this is kind of what I dove even more into, Councilmember Romack, and I think some of it, unfortunately, is somewhat subjective, and so that's why this is obviously coming to us. And I think you all kind of heard by way of my questioning, like I think it looks great. I think it did a good job. I think it absolutely contributes to the character of that neighborhood. I don't know how we reuse things that aren't reusable, and I don't know how we retain things that are never going to be retained, or we can retain them for 100 years because it doesn't ever make any financial sense for anybody to retain them. Like, what are we going to do here? It doesn't sit with me in any way that seems reasonable for where we are and how we want to move this town forward and what we want our built environment to look like and turn into. And to me, I can't imagine. I drive by that your building every single day, many times, multiple times a day, and I ride my bike, and it was incredible when that thing went up on the stilts and it started moving and shaking, and the amount of time you guys finish that thing. Like, I want your construction crew the next time I do a project. Like, you guys busted that out in 9 months. It's back into a functional building ready to house tenants within a year. It's incredible. I guess there are issues with it, and I see that, but I don't know how to get beyond what the future holds and how we move that forward. And I don't want to create a precedent that disincentivizes historic investment. So I'm kind of leaning towards C on this one and not supporting staff's recommendation on this.
Vice Mayor Klofstad.
I can understand the struggle here. This is definitely a tricky one. I do agree that we need to contemplate and develop a policy and supportive program for adaptive reuse. The last thing I want to do is be sitting up here and making that decision under a single case scenario. That's not appropriate. We should be looking at this as a policy, because we are at that point in our history where many of our buildings are not able to be to have the materials and reused and have that integrity maintained, especially things with railroad ties built, with foundations of rocks. And so I would like to prioritize looking at this as a policy for adaptive reuse. However, I think this specific circumstance, it is really clear that we did not achieve that set of goals. And I do agree with staff's recommendation that it should be recategorized as a D. I guess the only other question I would ask is if there's anything that we could do at this point that would change any of these determinations. Barring that, it seems really clear and black and white to me that it is no longer a C category. So that would be my only question to either Carl or to staff at this point. But with the fact that I don't want this to be setting precedent or policy.
I don't have an answer for you. I think that the changes that have occurred to the building, the reason why it can't be a category C in the staff's opinion is there's no potential for it to be restored unless there's a large amount of additional investment by the property owner put back into the property to undo what has been done.
I agree with the Vice Mayor, and on the facts of this case, that the building may look like it's historical, but it no longer is. And for that reason alone, it needs to be recategorized, redesignated as D, as disappointed as we are, but given the circumstances. In fact, this is a replica, not a historical building. It's a great lesson and food for thought on how we're going to deal with the West River cottages and what few historical buildings we have in dilapidated condition. We can keep waiting for them to fall apart, like the last two garages we just recategorized to D, one on Jaboom Street and then the one on Church Street. You know, there's a few old buildings left, and I guess the landowners are seeing what happened in this case, and they don't want to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to try and save rotten wood. So that's not before us tonight, though. So I would entertain a motion unless someone else wants to
Let's
make
go
more comments.
back to Councilmember Romack and see if you have a final sway.
Well, can I ask a question? So in our historic resources inventory, we've got our categories that you ran through. I know, Yumi. And that's the definition. Broadbent then went through and looked at the two National Historic Places and the Secretary of the Interior, which are metrics. Those are they specifically outlined in our design guidelines? Just trying to understand. Yes. Okay.
So the Broadbent took a look at our historic design guidelines as well, which are also aligned with the National Register's aspects of integrity. And then the Secretary of Interior standards and guidelines from the National Park Service is incorporated by reference in our design guidelines and is used when we review all historic resource projects.
It was part of when we created the historic preservation program, the foundation of what we put into the program. We're using those as our basis for reference.
Okay, thank you.
I have one follow-up question before we go into a motion, Mayor, if you would.
Please, go ahead.
I'm curious why, if this is the place that the council decides, this no longer meets historic design objectives and guidelines. So the logic is, it is a category D, right? I am then curious why staff is recommending the non-renewal versus the cancellation of the contract. Because if you apply the same logic, it no longer meets A, B, or C criteria. It no longer benefits from the Mills Act if it's a D. So you can't sort of selectively apply what feels like very similar logic to me. So I'm curious why staff is recommending the non-renewal over the cancellation.
Let me provide a little bit of information that I think will provide some context for the staff recommendation. So the law says that there are no particular criteria that have to be used in order to non-renew a contract. In order to cancel a contract, which again carries an immediate financial penalty equal to 1/8 of the value of the property either has to have deteriorated significantly or the property owner has to be in breach of the Mills Act contract. So the town would have to make specific findings in order to do an immediate cancellation. And the immediate cancellation has a big penalty for the property owner. So I suspect that the staff recommendation is based on not necessarily wanting to have to grapple with the findings, because I don't know that the property owner is in breach. The property didn't deteriorate. It was simply completely replaced by something different. So I think it's partly a matter of the findings and probably also partly not wanting to saddle the property owner with a bill that would be, it could be on the order of $150,000 payable immediately.
I think, Councilmember, we thought there was enough discretion in that choice that we wanted to provide the most benefit to the property owner.
I'm going to jump back in. Or go ahead, Councilmember Henderson. No, you can finish your thought.
No, I was just going to say I understand that, but I feel like, I don't know, right? Like I haven't seen the contract, right? But it feels to me like if to maintain the benefit of the Mills Act, you have to be a category A, B, or C. A breach of that contract you're no longer a category A, B, or C. That's just where my brain is going, just being very, very candid. So it does feel a little odd to me. I understand, obviously, there are massive financial implications, but it does feel like we're sort of applying logic like in one place to uphold our standards, but not necessarily in another. And that doesn't sit well with me.
Yes, I think it's the problems in the structure of the law, not in the structure of the building.
And I guess I will just add what I'm struggling with still, and maybe what doesn't sit well with me either is, again, back to that list of 7 things, is that through HPAC and through the process, it was kind of like, we're okay with these 6 things, even though they don't. And again, I know that's not the checklist that staff is looking through or anything like that, but, and then it was one final piece that tipped the scales. So also, I worry, like, are we setting unrealistic expectations for people who are trying to restore historic resources and they're asking to make these changes and we say, yes, yes, oh, now you've gone too far, you're a D. So that's where I'm still struggling. And again, I know it doesn't meet the character, but if we said it was fine, it was fine, it was fine, and now it's not because you couldn't retain the beams, that, I don't know. So I'm still leaning more towards HPAC's recommendation versus staff's. Like there were 3 others going the other way.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about is more future policy, not the facts of this case.
Well, I would still say for this property owner, I mean, they still, in the end, weren't able to retain the materials, and maybe there was an opportunity that could have come together to retain those materials in some way, and, that could have been a fault, but yet, again, they were still following along with what they had been told is where I'm still. So you're right, our process, I think our process could be improved in the future as well.
Okay. How about a motion?
Yes. I move that we adopt Resolution 2025-44 authorizing the historic resource inventory designation of 10 to 36 Donner Pass Road, currently a Category B, contributing historic resource to a Category D, non-essential historic resource, and direct staff to serve a written notice of non-renewal of the Mills Act contract to the property owner.
Second. Okay, moved and seconded.
Roll call.
Roll call, Mayor. Councilmember Romack?
No.
Vice Mayor Klobstad?
Yes.
Mayor Zabriskie?
Yes.
Councilmember Pallavi?
No.
And Councilmember Henderson?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Thank you. We still have a lot of ground to cover tonight, but we're going to take a 5-minute break as it's just approaching 7 o'clock, and the next item might take quite a while. So we'll take a 5-minute recess. Okay, we're back in session, and we're on to item 7.2, and Carissa Binkley is going to lead the discussion. Carissa?
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. I am Carissa Binkley, Program Analyst, here to introduce the draft RT Playbook. As this has been a community-led effort, I will be joined by R2SC members Joan Jones, Lisa Wallace, and Tim Rupert, along with Stephanie Grigsby from Design Workshop, our consultant on this project. And starting off will be Chair Joan Jones.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, Courtney. I'm really excited to be here tonight. This is a real milestone in our work, and we're excited about our draft playbook. I'm going to give a little bit of historic context to it. Out of the 2040 general plan process, the town council so aptly developed the 2023-2025 strategic priorities that it put the river revitalization and the town strategic priority in action and invest in key infrastructure, community connectivity, and economic vitality. As a matter of fact, Goal 6 said river revitalization of East and West River streets to enhance and activate the Truckee River. In May of 2023, Council directed the formation of the R2SC, otherwise or known as the River Revitalization Steering Committee, made up of business owners, property owners, public agencies, residents, and advocacy groups. Next. Whoops, too far. You knew it. I had to have somebody use my pointer. From the beginning, the process was driven by collaboration. You can see the full list of the River Revitalization Steering Committee there. There are 19 members on the list, I think. It might be 20, actually, but there were three members that, for very good reasons of their own, had to stepped off of it. And we also had the Washoe tribe was asked to be a representative, and they left their seat vacant. They decided not to take it. Shortly thereafter, though, we formed subcommittees and action teams. The Community and Economic Vitality Action Team was formed. The River Health and Access Action Team was also formed. There were subcommittees of communication, the hiring of the RFP and doing the RFP work, a subcommittee for site relocation work, and a subcommittee for the action plan was also formed. Throughout it, we started by a lot of property owner and business discussions. We had one-on-one and small group interviews, open houses. There were coffee shop talks, taco talks, and community surveys. All in all, R2SC and the action team and the subcommittee meetings held over 50 public meetings over 2 years. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Stephanie Grigsby to talk through the playbook with you. Oh, I didn't do my last slide. See, sorry. I'm still on. All of this was to put together a vision of expansion. The R2SC purpose was just laid out as relocation. Very soon after, we put together the idea of revitalization. This was to build on the momentum of the $47 million in investments in the area. It includes the West River streetscape work, the Legacy Trail Phase 4, Dayway Way Park. I really tried to say that right. And the pedestrian bridge, and also reimagine Bridge Street. The broader vision was defined early on as restore, revive, and reimagine, with the critical success factors of lead with river health as the very important, and action-oriented, not just a plan that would sit on a shelf, to have flexibility to encourage a mix of uses for now and over time, and to be inclusive, to work extensively with property owners and business owners. Now I'm going to turn it over.
Thank you, Chair Jones. It's been a wonderful opportunity to work alongside the R2SC, the action teams, just the passion that I've seen from the town council, from those who volunteered their time to really dive into some really meaty issues, just as those of you have been talking about tonight. So thank you for your time this evening to share a little bit more about the draft playbook. It really does set forward a vision and reaffirms the vision for the West and East River streets. It's a playbook that builds from the previous plans, from the general plan, from the downtown plan, from the 2005 River Revitalization Plan. And it also acknowledges the Washoe people. And I have to pause here and just really thank Laura Saylor from the CVAT committee who brought this element up and started every single meeting with an acknowledgement, and really excited that that's part of this plan as well. The plan not only builds from those previous plans, but the differentiator is to what Joan talked about, that it really wanted to build on collaboration, that it wanted to see action happen. So BAE, Aaron Hussein and Kristen York from SBC started us off with a series of in-depth interviews, one-on-ones and small group interviews with property and business owners to understand, questions about how open people were in terms of enhancing their property, either redeveloping their property or relocating, and what the series of strategies might be to see that happen. It became clear that there was a desire to work and to have partnership, but there wasn't strong interest in actually relocating. But really being able to lean in on understanding and working with the business and property owners for those partnerships through the Catalyst projects to be able to realize those visions for their property really became a core part of the work of the R2SC and the CVAT. I also have to acknowledge that the R2SC really did dive in and tackle a lot of really challenging issues, and none of which, as we've seen tonight, have easy solutions. But from that work and from the recommendation to really lean into collaboration, we're really happy to set forth a plan that we feel has a series of strategies to be able to advance the vision that has been identified for the river corridor. The plan is organized around a series of elements. Those elements, as Joan talked about, leads with river health, which Lisa Wallace will talk about. It talks about connectivity for walking, biking, rolling. That was also one of those elements that rose to the top in terms of connecting with community members about wanting to see improvements in this area. And it also reframes some of the uses to encourage mixed-use districts, which I'll talk a little bit more about. Each of those elements includes a guiding principle and strategies for implementation. And then those strategies, the ideas for moving forward, were categorized into 29 immediate actions that could be considered for advancing and moving towards the vision. I will say, out of this list of 29, 9 of the actions are incorporated as part of the 25-26 fiscal year work plan or aligned with a component of that work plan, and then some would be anticipated to come through either development as development moves forward or through partnerships. So starting first with connectivity. Connectivity is about improving those opportunities for walking, biking, rolling through the corridor. It builds from the streetscape enhancements that are currently underway on West River Street and really looks at creating that vision that had been identified in the 2005 plan about that figure 8 loop so that you can connect to the Legacy Trail on the south of the river, have shared use path or class 1 ped bike path on the north side of the river as well, with the connections across. The connections look at streetscape or sidewalks, which are shown in red, bike lanes in blue, and then in the black are the shared use or class 1 paths. And then looking at the bridge connections north-south, documenting the plan, those bridge connections that are already in place, and then the East River Streets Bridge, the Debeumiwe Bridge, and then also the bridge plan for Placer County, along with 2 additional options to be evaluated as they move forward. This is one area that the R2SC looked at, and the action team as well, in terms of thinking about that connectivity across to the Legacy Trail. And the recommendation was, as projects move forward, that those bridges would be evaluated independently to understand environmental opportunities, and then also to understand the value that they bring for both connectivity purposes and also for community economic purposes. Out of the connectivity projects that you could see there, the 6 pieces that rose to the top for the action plan list include an active transportation plan update, and this is part of the current proposed work plan for the upcoming fiscal year, completing the sidewalks project and extending that sidewalk throughout West River Street so that you could walk off the highway, off the roadway there, and then a series of shared use path or Class 1 pedestrian bike connections in the Union Pacific Rail Corridor, both along West River Street, north-south along Donner Creek, and then along East River Street, and then some improvements at the East River Trailhead. Looking at the mixed-use districts, the mixed-use districts really are envisioned to provide more flexibility and opportunity for both vertical and horizontal mixing of uses and infill. So the West River Mixed-Use District is shown in blue, extending from the Donner Creek confluence east towards McIver. In the downtown area, near Bridge Street and extending west towards McIver is in green, the downtown river mixed use, and then in purple, the East River mixed use. So going through each of these just briefly, the plan really sets forth what the character description or what's envisioned out of that mixed use description, with the recommendation to move forward with rezoning of those areas. The West River Mixed Use District really envisions a new neighborhood. The idea of housing and the opportunity to infill with housing continue to be part of the R2SC's discussions. It's a new neighborhood that showcases adaptive reuse and public art, really building on that cultural designation. And then it also has everything that a person needs within walking or biking distance. So being able to have residential uses, neighborhood service uses, and this just really great connectivity overall. And then on the north side of West River Street, the description of having limited amount of new uses that have concealed equipment storage. So again, an acknowledgement of that we're mixing in and adding residential within some of the existing uses that are there. The downtown river mixed use description really envisions a vibrant mixed use of commercial, office, lodging, and residential uses that celebrate the Truckee River. It builds upon the current development that's in that downtown area, but encourages more vertical mixed use residential development, such as seen in the lower left image in terms of scale and character. And then finally, the East River mixed use district, that description really being a place that infills with residential, some commercial uses, but those commercial uses would be low impact in terms of not generating high traffic volume. And then again, really looking at beautification of the area and access to the river. So in order to be able to allow those uses to happen, some of the action items that flow from those elements for designation really talk about addressing some of the development code pieces, and then also building on the work that from the Air Diamond report as well. These came up in both the interviews from BAE and SBC, and they also came up as part of the RFI interviews for the Catalyst project. But first would be the mixed use zoning adoption. This would again be related to the development code update, but would set the framework to be able to have the redevelopment with mixed use in this area. And then 2, 3, and 4 relate again back to the Air Diamond report. So rather than having 3 separate action items here, the action really is to embed the lessons learned from the R2SC work into the work that would be moving forward through Air Diamond. Number 5, Truckee River setback modification is to evaluate the need for modifying the setback of the setbacks for the Truckee River, applying the lessons learned from the Catalyst projects that are grappling with those issues to identify residential receiver sites. This is part of some of the unraveling and moving pieces around to be able to allow for redevelopment in certain areas. This piece would be part of the housing update that is planned and underway, and then an evaluation of the legal nonconforming program, again, to allow for some improvements to structures if they meet certain the goals of the plan itself. So if we're getting an improved community benefit for reinvestment in the properties, are there some opportunities to reevaluate some pieces of the legal nonconforming program? And then the reinvestment tools to also think about incentivizing the reinvestment into the property. So the first is about identifying those receiver sites. The subcommittee is currently working on this, and this is part of the work plan moving forward. And we would also be applying some of the lessons learned from one of the Catalyst projects, evaluating an enhanced infrastructure financing district, and then also evaluating the opportunity for a facade enhancement forgivable loan program, again, to think about some quick wins in terms of reinvestment into the area for beautification. And now I'll turn it over to Lisa. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephanie, and hello, council members and everyone here in the audience. I'm Lisa Wallace, and I was on the steering committee and also the chair of the River Health and Access Action Team, RHOT, as we called ourselves. The reason that we have a River Health and Access Action Team is early on in forming as the steering committee, we realized it was important to make a shift and an expansion in the vision. Joan talked a little bit about this. Stephanie talked a little bit about this. Initially, the steering committee was charged with relocation, figure out how to relocate businesses. And what we quickly realized is that we needed a broader vision that included the restoration and protection of the Truckee River, the revitalization of the economy, as well as reimagining how we're thinking about the river corridor. The action team took as our guiding principle from the general plan, from the conservation and open space guiding principles, what you see up on the screen. It is also guiding principle reflects the importance of environmental stewardship that we see in the general plan, that we know is important to town council, to town staff, and to the community at large. And we really saw this in the public outreach that Joan briefly described. The public outreach about the river revitalization process that happened last summer. Overwhelmingly, members of the community said that they wanted the river protected and that they experienced great joy in experiencing the river. And from that constellation of factors, our action team was formed. So here, same slide. For a minute. Here you can see the formal presentations that we received and the formal public comment. But I did want to add that we also received kind of in real life, in real time, public comment during our meetings. Many property owners and business owners attended those meetings and provided feedback to our action team. And I really want to acknowledge that whether it was these formal presentations and feedback that you see, or from people who came to our meetings, very strong support for maintaining the health of the Truckee River and even protecting the Truckee River, very protective of that. So that came from everyone, from these presentations, as well as from the property and business owners who attended our action team meetings. And now we can go to the next slide. Thank you. The action team considered many approaches to protecting the Truckee River and to providing recreation and access. And after much discussion, we landed on these specific action items that you can see. And an additional set of opportunities are reflected in many of the maps and the narratives that go with the maps. But these 9 things are what lifted to the level of action items that could be achieved in the relatively near term. But with regard to recreation and access, we on the action team understood that we could not predict all of the future needs and demands for access and for recreation. So we also defined a set of criteria that staff, planning commission, town council could use to consider future requests or other requests that come forward for access and recreation. And those are included in a memo that came from the action team that's an appendix to the playbook. With regard to restoring and protecting the Truckee River, we had several specific recommendations. Again, they're reflected on the list here. And additionally, we wanted to acknowledge that future land uses obviously are going to come forward. That's kind of the point of the whole R2SC playbook. It's the point of the process is for different land uses to come forward. And we wanted to provide a tool so that with the lens of restoration and protection of the river, again, staff, Planning Commission, Town Council could look at those land uses against restoration and protection. And that criteria, that checklist, again, is in the memo that's included as an appendix. Finally, my last comment with regard to development and development happening on the range of parcels on West River Street and East River Street. There's a lot of confusion about the efficacy of setbacks from the floodplain boundary. And we wanted to state that setbacks are definitely a valid tool, but they may not be required for all parcels on East and West River Street. And additionally, there's confusion about what exactly is the floodplain boundary. So if we don't know exactly what the floodplain boundary is, and we don't know exactly what the setbacks are, we can't figure out what the building envelope is. So our recommendation is that the town take the initiative to survey the river revitalization project area to determine an accurate floodplain boundary. And then from there, a process can go forward to determine the need for setbacks and provide consistency for staff in trying to evaluate staff, Planning Commission, and Town Council in trying to evaluate development proposals. But it also provides certainty for the landowners or the business developers. So those are all my comments, and I really want to thank all the council members and the town staff for allowing stewardship and protection of the Truckee River to be front and center in the playbook and in the whole revitalization process. Thank you.
And from there, I will be sharing a bit about the CALIS projects. The CALIS projects are designed to address the barriers that we have heard from and seen along East and West River Street. The goal is to maintain flexibility and learn more about what incentives are needed and what barriers need to be removed to achieve R2SC goals, while ensuring that revitalization efforts do not stall. In particular, the CALIS projects address receiver site needs and opportunities, adaptive reuse of buildings while achieving the goals of the playbook, mixed-use designations to create a new neighborhood and infill with existing development, and addressing barriers to achieve environmental gain by unlocking developmental potential. The CALIS projects will create early success, leverage public investment, and foster public-private collaboration. And from there, I'm going to invite Tim Rupert as an R2SC member and business owner to share a bit of perspective that he has.
Good evening, council members and town staff and audience. And my name is Tim Rupert, not to be confused with my brother Nate, and identical brother and business partner. And we're also grateful for the work that has been approved today that continues to keep our business afloat and working through the town park and other trails in town that we've constructed and done a lot of work on. And I just wanted to give a little bit of perspective from a business owner on West River Street. We were approved by Tony Lashbrook and John McLaughlin to move onto West River Street under a grandfather rule in 2012. We took over a existing asphalt concrete spot on West River Street, and we're allowed to stay there, which we're very grateful for. But now, 13 years later, we realize we're outgrowing that spot, and so I joined the committee or was allowed to join the committee just basically to give input as a business owner. But I do have a different perspective on it than most business owners. A lot of business owners don't, they don't want to leave, and we understand that there's a time limit for where we're at. And so I just think that this process has been very, very useful for me to be a part of, and even just initially, as a group, our whole group was trying to survey just the public and go to, Truckee Thursdays and events in town. And we kind of realized that the public may have one idea, but the public is not really the decision makers for West River Street and East River Street, that whole corridor. The decision makers on that should be the property owners. And so I think we kind of all came to the conclusion that these decisions should be based on what laws are in place. And obviously these laws we're asking for some of them to be changed, or really to become more lenient instead of more strict, to allow these business and property owners to develop their properties and get into compliance. And so that's the main purpose that I'm on the committee, and I've enjoyed being there, and all the staff and everybody, council members that have been on there have been great. So I enjoy that. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Tim. And just next steps, we plan for continued public engagement around this playbook with the goal of creating broad awareness, encouraging community participation, and build momentum and trust. So far, a radio interview is scheduled with the project stakeholders. A series of social media posts will be highlighting the key elements of the plan, video features with property owners and R2SC members, as well as a community workshop to provide an overview of the playbook prior to presenting the revised and final plan to Town Council. Next steps around this are our action plan subcommittee will meet to review the feedback we hear tonight from Town Council and bring draft edits back to our R2SC. R2SC will be meeting on July 8th to review the council feedback, the action plan subcommittee edits, and approve final updates to the draft plan and discuss the future of R2SC. Based on council feedback and additional member feedback, staff and the consultant team will refine the draft action plan to bring back to Town Council for final adoption in late summer or early fall 2025. We will be continuing to work with our CALIS project partners. We'll be reconvening R2SC as needed to continue the CALIS project work and updating Town Council annually on R2SC and CALIS project updates. We did receive a handful of written comments. I've summarized them here. I'll also add, it didn't make it to the slide, we also received comment from the Truckee River Watershed Council encouraging moving forward with swamp monitoring, a type of water monitoring along the Truckee River that was included as a recommendation from the River Health and Access Action Team and incorporated into the playbook. I tried to do high-level overviews here. Jan Holland is concerned about limited public access from downtown, increasing the managed access opportunities along the corridor, concerning input from Truckee Trails, and he's very interested in floodplain restoration improvement. Mountain Area Preservation had a lot of thoughtful comments, including that river setback should be science-based, plans should be updated to reflect the amount of effort required, allow property owners to submit their own hydrologic and riparian analysis as part of development application. They believe there's more work to be done on receiver sites, including identifying the property and rezoning them. Legal non-conforming reinvestment could stall industrial relocation. Incentives are critical, and they should not undermine community character, and they recommend removing increased heights, modified setbacks, and density from incentive options. Twyla Spurka recommended, she was supportive of modifications to the floodplain setbacks and adding managed access and a bridge near River Park Place. And Jake Hudson encouraged pursuing reducing the floodplain setbacks and considering a bridge across Donner Creek. Overall, these were all thoughtful comments, but they were also supportive of the playbook in whole. So with that, key questions for council feedback tonight, since tonight's goal is to hear feedback from Town Council, is does the draft action plan meet expectations? Does it reflect the goals that you hope to achieve when R2SC was formed 2 years ago? Does the draft action plan move us closer to river revitalization focused goals and actions from the 2040 general plan? Is any additional information or clarification needed before final adoption? And do you support the proposed public engagement plan for building community awareness? And that concludes our presentation.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Let's start with Council Member Pallavi. Any clarifying questions?
I don't think I
do. Did the Whitewater Park make it anywhere in there? Is there mention of the Whitewater Park? I missed
The Whitewater Park is listed as they made a presentation to the River Health and Access Action Team. They were not specifically called out in any of the recommendations from the River Health and Access Action Team.
And was there any like timing or dollars or priorities sort of laid out in any of the appendices or anything like that? Sorry, it was a lot of pages to get through this week.
There are a lot of pages, even just in this playbook.
Yes.
I will share that at this point, there were not dedicated timelines or dollar amounts. There are ideas of how long, how much effort, and how, $1 sign, $2 sign, $3, how far things would take to accomplish.
And I am interested in a couple of maps comments specifically, and maybe I know Alexis here. Maybe she can speak to that in her public comments. But the question about the non-conforming uses and disincentivizing relocation, but threading that line for incentivizing potential improvements or rehabilitation to current properties. It didn't seem like there was a lot of nuance to that or balance in the report. Is that discussed anywhere? Is that something that you guys do look into? If so, what page? I'm happy to go back and review it if that's in there. Joan's heading up there. Yeah, go ahead, Joan.
I'm happy to jump on that one. That we had a lot of discussion on that.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing nodding heads here and around the room, but BAE's report was critical to you. We can't really, and we don't want to force people to leave, but we do want improvements in the corridor. So it is it's a balancing act, and we don't want to disincentivize somebody to change the siding on their building if they're committed to staying there. So lots and lots of discussion though occurred, and we do understand that it's a balancing act.
Right. Was there a conclusion come to?
What's in the plan, basically, to allow some level of work done on non-conforming use, as long as it kind of moves the needle in the direction we're trying to move the needle. And then to incentivize as much as we can relocation.
And can I jump in? Wasn't it, this is speaking from R2SC committee member, also that there would be a development evaluation of a program.
Correct.
To speak to what Joan was
Yes.
saying, so that way there would be some outlines
to develop a program that would.
The idea was it would be similar to a planned development where there would be a greater community benefit in exchange for getting us a little closer to trying to thread that needle.
I guess stay up there, Joan, because this one might be for you as well. So with regards to number 4, there's not a huge investment that's going into the community awareness campaign necessarily, so I don't necessarily have a problem with it. I'm wondering if you feel that the R2SC group has, scratched the surface, exhausted all opportunity, or somewhere in the middle in terms of more, to Tim's comments, property owner and business owner engagement and balancing, I'm going to say this slightly in jest, but not really. I mean, of course, the public wants a beautiful river, and everybody wants access to it, and everybody wants a trail to it, and everybody wants, something special. But again, to Tim's comments, it's not really up to them in a lot of those parcels, right? And so would just time and energy be better spent really with deeper and more meaningful engagement with those who have the opportunity to truly make a meaningful investment in this area?
So I think we did extensive outreach during the beginning parts of the planning, including hiring East River PR to go door to door and talk to each of the business owners there. So we worked really hard to try and get engagement with the business and property owner community. We did have really a significant public attendance from the business community at our meetings month after month. I was very impressed. It was often the same group, but when they were engaged. And I think that was something I didn't really expect that we'd see. So a lot of their comments are interwoven in this, besides for having some business owners on the R2SC, really a fair amount of business owners, and hopefully that the feedback goes back to them. I think trying to then get the plan out and having them engaged in the plan is an important aspect, and at least aware of where we arrived and also what's offered in the plan.
Yeah. Is it a trade-off?
Always. It's always, I mean, we're...
I guess that's what my question is, like, with limited resources and limited dollars and limited humans, right? Like, is it a better use of funds to continue to engage more deeply with the parcel and property owners than it would be to do a radio interview that, you know, that's great. We're telling the community what we're doing. They kind of know. Are we just speaking to the choir versus actually making a difference in what the playbook's proposing?
I think, you know, you cast all nets and you hope to catch some, and you never know who's listening and where you're going to find them.
Yeah.
I think maybe to add on to that too, the catalyst sites themselves are an interaction with the property and business owners.
For sure.
So we hope that as properties are revitalizing, we're seeing that with the sports hub right now downtown, that starts generating more interest in what's happening. We're learning from those catalyst projects and how to better support property owners in moving towards the goals of the plan.
Yeah, it's just a question. It's all good. Yeah, I'm all good. I'm done.
One more comment. Pam Hobday, I'm on the R2SC committee. Just to add, to answer your question, Mr. Pallavi, if you think about the interviews we had with property owners for the Catalyst projects, they were extensive and people highly engaged in that process. So that was one more thing. And also with the TDMA, there was lots involved with property owners. So we what I saw a transition in the committee is one from representation of volunteers to really being property owner advocates in many of our discussions, which was positive from my perspective. Thanks.
Thank you, Pam. No further questions from me.
Councilmember Henderson.
I had a couple of those same questions, and they were answered beautifully, so I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Councilmember Romick.
No questions. Been pretty involved.
Yeah. Vice Mayor Klostad.
Yeah, just a couple. I'm not an expert on surface water monitoring programs. Is there any reason why we wouldn't use the recommended swamp monitoring? Is there another program we would want to consider?
Well, Stephanie's getting up there. I think we would be open and leaning into the recommendations of the Watershed Council. We had the River Health and Access Committee. I don't think we're set on. Somebody's microphone is on besides, there we go, thank you. I don't think that we are committed to one or the other.
Yeah, the modification to the action item recommendation was to consider the swamp monitoring as part of the data monitoring for stormwater.
Okay. So the other big question seems to be the public access. What is the process for establishing and managing existing and future public access in this area, river area of influence?
I'll hope that Stephanie or Lisa will add to my comments, but I will share that there is an extensive memo that is listed as an appendix that explains from the River Health and Access Action Team. They put a map together. They put a list of recommendations. Like Lisa commented earlier, it's meant to be a framework. They have recommended areas on the maps saying this could be managed access, this area could be managed access. But essentially what they really did is put together a complete framework of what should be considered, what types of professionals should be involved, and where we should be looking to opportunities as things develop along the corridor of what could be managed access. And I don't know if Lisa has anything to add to that.
That was a great summary. Thank you, Carissa. And then the other point I would say is that, if the council later this summer or early fall adopts the playbook, then obviously what comes out of that is a whole series of work plan steps for our town staff, among which could be, not necessarily would be, but could be addressing the unmanaged access to the river that's in place today.
Because currently that is one of our challenges in protecting the river and the watershed's quality, correct?
Correct.
And then I'm going to go out on a limb and say, okay, we received some public comment from a few committee members, former members, some public. Nobody saying something was entirely missing from this plan, but kind of tweaking it. My question is to any of the committee members that would like to come and speak, is there anything missing? Are we ready to move forward with this in your eyes, with the exception of a few modifications and clarifications? Joan, you've been volunteered.
Yeah, so we have one more action plan subcommittee meeting on Monday. And we are going to take whatever feedback you provide that you want to see added to the plan. But, and Pam, she's telling me something and I'm not understanding exactly. And she said but yes, we are ready to move forward with adoption of it.
So I'll just stand here right with Joan. Okay. Thinking about, Mr. Pallavi, your comments tonight about David's contract and being a consultant, one of the things that I'm really excited about discussing on the 8th with the committee is having perhaps a waterfall or roll-up project plan that is more specific for implementation. It's right now, I feel it's really loosey-goosey without specific deliverables. And I think we can get it tighter. I'm not suggesting we, have every single thing that we recommend, but I think we can get it a little tighter. And then perhaps have a recommendation of how that could roll up under one of your goals. So all of that will be discussed. Those are just what we're brainstorming, and thanks for the question.
Thank you. That's all my questions, Mayor.
Going back to Lisa Wallace's recommendation, excuse me, that we do a floodplain analysis first in order to know what portion of the property is developable and where setbacks would be appropriate. There's a comment about the cost of doing the floodplain analysis. Can you give me an idea of how you arrived at the figure that's in the action table and whether you think that's an appropriate amount?
It is an order of magnitude number that we can relook at as well. But it was done with the RHAT team, looking generally at what we thought the technical cost would be for like hydrologics balance to go out and do the surveying work.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Assuming you've had a chance to look at Jan Holland's comments, he included some specific language additions. Do you have any problems with those additions?
I can share that his comments, he had shared some similar comments to the R2SC at their last meeting, but given the full agenda we had for that meeting, there was not time to discuss them as a group. But the intention is that the next action plan subcommittee that is meeting before the next R2SC is going to take those and analyze them, deep dive them, and we'll also share them with R2SC to make sure they're evaluated as a group instead of any one person or one small group taking a public comment and running with it and changing the entire plan. So we're trying to analyze it as a group and ensure that there is consensus.
Okay. One thing in the R2SC discussion in the playbook is road realignment, and I know it seemed that the committee came down to either option 3 or 4, which were the 2 least expensive. Can you just briefly summarize what the road realignment options 3 and 4 are all about and what motivates that interest?
Stephanie can add if she has more, but I will just briefly say that it was looked at essentially just making what we have a little nicer, sidewalks, curbs, gutters, and there's also, I don't have the playbook in front of me of which options, but there was also the option where it went up and over into private property, and that would obviously have a much higher cost.
That was great. Thanks. So option 3 was shifting the road alignment to the north 30 feet. So it would require some easement acquisition to the north, but shifting it away from the river to allow for more space for pedestrian bikes between West River Street and the river itself. There were 2 other options that were, as Chris has said, up and around into the UP corridor. And then option 4 is road stays in the same place, but it's undergrounding utilities and providing some additional room within the corridor itself, but not shifting it.
Okay. In terms of revising the development code for a mixed-use zones along the area of the playbook, has there been any, were you planning to talk with David Diamond at all to see if there's any integration, anything so we know the left hand knows what the right hand's doing?
Absolutely. It's my understanding that as we move forward, there's a lot of layers to what David's work will include, and absolutely left hand will be speaking to the right hand.
Okay, thank you. And then on the coming back to those non-conforming uses, do you know over the years how many property owners on West or East River have come in asking to do improvements to their property and have been essentially felt they were blocked from doing so?
I don't have anything completely documenting all of that. I will say that through the BAE, the Sierra Business Council interviews that we did before the Callis projects, and then the actual Callis project interviews themselves, we feel like we heard a lot of those examples. Some of them we realized also were perception. Some people had the perception that if they were to approach the town with a revitalization, that they'd get shot down. So there are facts to some of the stories, and there are feelings and perceptions to some of them. But we realize that those all of the above are considered barriers to revitalization.
Okay. Having sat on the committee, I do recall people wanting to be able to develop vacant land or dilapidated land. Were there also people coming in say they wanted to expand existing businesses or renovate them and they were running into the non-conforming bar?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then there was a comment opposing existing river corridor uses and saying we should have incentives to move those property owners or businesses off the river, but the commenter also opposed any modifications in height, setbacks, or density. What would be the other incentives?
We have a slide that spoke to the incentives. Essentially, there were, So we looked at all sorts of details, including what would be allowed for the new mixed-use zonings, which would make sense for receiver sites, which that work is not done yet as well. The catalyst projects themselves are meant to inform instead of realizing that there will not be one-size-fits-all of incentives that work for everyone, but there are strong economic ties to why people are not going to be interested in moving at this point. But these catalyst projects are interested in change. And so we plan to take our lessons that we learned from that because we don't have all the answers yet.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. And so now it's time for public comment. Would anybody like to make a public comment on the River Revitalization Playbook? If you would, please come up to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes. Please direct your comments to the council.
Good evening, council members. My name is Tiffany Hutton, and I am here on behalf of the Truckee River Watershed Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. As the town advances the vision laid out in the R3 playbook to restore, revive, and reimagine the Truckee River corridor, I'm here to express strong support for the ongoing commitment to the Truckee River as a centerpiece of our community. Further, I encourage the town to establish long-term river health monitoring using the state's surface water ambient monitoring program criteria, also known as SWAMP. The playbook envisions a vibrant, resilient corridor where mixed-use development, restored riparian habitat, and responsible recreation can thrive together. Realizing that vision depends on protecting the health of the river itself. As development momentum grows and the town explores new land uses and investments, it's essential that we begin with a clear understanding of current river conditions. Establishing a baseline for water quality, riparian condition, and floodplain function is critical to ensuring future projects support ecological resilience, safe public access, and sustainable growth. SWAMP provides a standardized, science-based framework that enables us to track key indicators over time. It ensures our decisions are data-driven and our progress is measurable and transparent, and planning is informed. This is not just good science, it's essential for responsible, sustainable development. Establishing this monitoring program allows us to track change over time, adapt to new conditions, and show a clear commitment to sustainability to our funders and also to the community. It gives us the tools to protect habitat and ensure future development enhances rather than harms the river. The R3 playbook identifies river health, including water quality, riparian restoration, and stormwater management as a foundational goal. Swamp-based monitoring ensures our data is rigorous, repeatable, and aligned with state and regional efforts. It's a clear next step towards a resilient and thriving river corridor. I respectfully urge Town Council to include swamp monitoring as a core element of the playbook's implementation strategy. The Truckee River Watershed Council has met with town staff and has received support on establishing monitoring sites within the Truckee River corridor. The Watershed Council will lead this annual monitoring, and all data will be made publicly available through the state's CEDN database. Now we are seeking formal support and buy-in from the town to help launch and sustain this important work. Thank you for your leadership in making river health a priority.
Thank you, Ms. Hutton.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Connie Galippi. I'm here on behalf of the Truckee River Partners, LLC. I know you've received some written comments. I'm just here to sort of reiterate some of those, but also a few additional comments. As we think about how to reimagine, restore, and revive the center of our community along the Truckee River, we encourage the council to consider how the community connects to the Legacy Trail and the open space on the immediate south side of the river throughout the length of the river corridor. There's three top themes from the takeaways of the community. The first was 21% was walkable and bikeable. So it was the top concern from the community. We're happy to see that this is a key strategy in the framework, but we're also looking at pedestrian bridges throughout the corridor. So we were happy to see that one was added back in on the west side of Donner Creek confluence. But there is one further east on West River that was moved to private property away from the public roadway at River Park Place, where it has been previously shown. We also suggest a more direct connection between the rail yard and the regional park and where the new library will be to further encourage pedestrian and bike traffic versus driving from downtown over to the library and the regional park. there was some suggestions, as the mayor recalled, of language around how we evaluate new bridges going forward, including, we'd like to suggest including adding to the criteria the potential of catalyzing, revitalization goals, trail connectivity, and access to open space. It currently only speaks to anticipated use costs and potential ecological impacts. We're also wanting to draw attention to trail connections to existing infrastructure and community services. That's a key component to connectivity. Action 16 considers a Class 1 shared use path on Union Pacific lands, but the connection over to the existing infrastructure at the Minnie Mouse Hole and the community services on 89 was removed from the plan. So we would like that to be reconsidered, or at least study the feasibility and cost of connecting those paths. If we can imagine community and neighborhood, as we've discussed tonight, being on West River, connecting to those community services right there would be pretty critical. I think there was also some discussion around managed river access opportunities. I didn't see the appendix, so I think it probably speaks to this, but basically just wanted to encourage that there were more considerations on private property, which you've also been talking about tonight, is engaging the private property owners. There's more opportunity for managed public access and restoration on public land, or private land, excuse me.
Thank you, Connie.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Steve Teixeira. I'm a resident of the town of Truckee. I've seen a lot of communities struggle with the concept of economic development. Sometimes they feel they need to graft on something that isn't appropriate into a community and call that economic development. So what you're doing is very appropriate for a town like Truckee. You have all the threads of the key parts of the downtown, the river, the downtown, all these sort of iconic things that, when people think of the town of Truckee, they think of these things. So I read documents for a profession, and I need to read this document. Stephanie and I go way back on a lot of documents here in the region. So I do plan to dive into this, but I think you have all the right threads here: revitalization, reimagination. And I do agree that, the property owners, who are the ones that are investing in a lot of this, need to be the ones making a lot of the decisions. However, we must not forget the rest of the community. At some point in time, there should be some succinct document that gives people an understanding of what's going on and the great spirit of it. I think that as people go downtown, particularly on West River Street, you see what's going on there. People say, something's going on here. What is all this? And what I'm really excited about is how you're going to reimagine Bridge Street. I want to see that. So I think that at some point in this process, there should be a publication that goes out to the community to saying, here's what's going on and why, here's how you can provide some input to it. So yes, it ought to be the property owners and the people reinvesting, working with the town, but it also should be something that we're proud of talking to the community about. And if it comes down to volunteering to help with something like that, I'm in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Teixeira.
Good evening, council members. Alexis Aller, Executive Director of Mountain Area Preservation. I'm not going to go through all of our comments because Carissa did a great job bullet pointing them. I do want to emphasize that you have an amazing committee, consultants, obviously the council member. This process and seeing what has transpired in 2 years is actually really exciting, especially after our very hard general plan process. I think that there are so many opportunities within this plan. I also know from participating in meetings and participating in some recent ones that the committee's not done. You have authorized more dollars, you have given more consultant work, and I think that many of the comments that have come up even from us as an organization that's participating is that the plan's not finished. It's a draft, and there are more more details that need to be a part of the plan. And really the legal nonconforming, Dave, to speak to that piece being one of the most challenging pieces. From my perspective, I don't believe the committee has actually had enough time to work on that. From watching the hearings, the meetings, from participating in some, I feel like there are many unfinished items with the draft playbook because there are opportunities that haven't been explored and incentives that are very critical. And Tim's comments are 100% correct. If you don't have the buy-in of the property owners, we're not going to see the needle move on reimagining our river corridor, and that is really critical. So I just want to provide some gratitude to the staff, to the consultants, to the committee. What I've seen in the last 2 years is really exciting from a public process standpoint, and I think we have a lot of positive movement. I also know the committee's not done, so I'm really excited to review the next iteration of the plan and keep participating. So thank you.
Are there any further public comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Does council have any follow-up questions on any of the comments?
I have a question.
Certainly.
With this playbook, we're doing a lot of work with the catalysts, the 3 catalyst sites right now. And I don't remember if this has been discussed, would there be an appendix added to the playbook post catalyst site work or something like that with findings in it to ensure that that information is part of this playbook?
Can I even add to that? Because I was going to ask almost the exact same question and say, like, don't you want to keep this in draft form for a year so you can take the lessons learned from the catalyst sites and actually build it in there? It was very similar aligned.
We are absolutely open to council feedback. Of course, that's why we're here tonight. I will say that while not formally addressed by R2SC, there was discussion of keeping this as a living document to be updated as lessons are learned, as things were happening. But there was definite consensus from R2SC that they'd like to see a final version adopted because of the momentum that speaks to our community and that the promise that gives to anyone who might want to follow the playbook as a path to move forward with their property.
The next meeting of the full R2SC, one of the topics for discussion is how do we check back in on the catalyst sites, and how are we moving them forward? Are we all meeting the commitments that we made in those catalyst sites? And then does R2SC sunset, and then does it rise again at certain periods of time to hear those updates or revisit the draft book? But as Carissa correctly said, this is your opportunity to provide that feedback to the committee for them to consider.
And one other question then, Carissa or staff, do we have other living documents to your point? I mean, I know we can always make changes to things, but just curious, is there another example staff would point to of a living document, or is this kind of a new idea? Just curious.
We have one coming up this evening, which is our legislative platform, which we update annually.
I think, though, in terms of keeping a document in draft form, I don't think we have that example. I think even in like the legislative platform, you adopt it, you just have a commitment to revisit it every year.
Great, thank you. Those were my only follow-up questions.
Councilmember Henderson.
No follow-up questions, thank you.
Okay, so let's go to deliberation, and Councilmember Pallavi.
This is amazing. You have all put in an insane amount of effort into this, and you should all feel really good about yourselves, those of you here in the room and those not in the room. I agree with most of your comments. We continue to invest in it from council's perspective, and we want to continue to do so. I also reflect on Mr. Tashara's comments of he wants to reimagine Bridge Street and Jaboom Street and Church Street and Spring Street and West River Street and East River Street and High Street could be added to that list. We could add as many streets in Truckee as you all want. And that all gets to the historic design guidelines and all of these other layered processes that we're gonna have to deal with, the incentives, the non-conforming uses, and what is going to be that sweet piece of the pie that's going to get us there in an efficient amount of time and an amount of time where we see progress and change. And this is an incredible document. I had to try to figure out what font you used because I think you lowered the font so you could keep it shorter in the number of pages. But there's so much in here. And while it is so impressive and such an incredible body of work, it's a lot for people to execute on. And I would say, because we're here to give you feedback on your draft, I would say it's overwhelming to many who actually might be doing the work. And to future councils to figure out what do you want to do first. And to this committee, as you evolve, right, you're starting to lose some of your original players. You're going to add some more. You're going to find other opportunities. And how does this become a document that can truly achieve the grand vision that you're presenting? And I think it's important to present that grand vision. Don't get me wrong. That absolutely has to be a part of it. But maybe you choose to pull some of that detail into some of your numerous appendices and, and focus on more clear, deliberate action that can then be picked up by whoever needs to pick that up in whatever capacity they pick it up. I certainly agree with Tiffany and the Watershed Council's comments on the swamp monitoring. I definitely agree. We've talked about public access in that area as long as I've been up here or lived in the town of Truckee. I do think that needs to be hammered out in some sort of more formal or at least equitable way. This balancing act of incentives and non-conforming uses is just going to be a fascinating conversation. And I think it's going to undergo a ton of iteration as we all learn what that actually looks like. As you can kind of guess, I'm going to, as far as number 4 goes, I think the community's on board. I'm not sure we're selling anything to the community anymore. I'm pretty sure everybody gets what may or may not happen down there. And I just wonder if resources can be better allocated. But I'll leave that up to you all as you decide what your next steps look to be. All of us up here have a lot of conversations. Granted, I'm not on the River Revitalization Committee, but generally nobody is like, hey, are we ever going to rehabilitate the Truckee River corridor? I'm like, yeah, we are. At some point, we're getting there. I promise. I think they recognize that. I think our community knows that is a region of our community that is screaming for investment. And I would agree with you, sports hubs. Frontage improvements is just, yet another catalyst for how that's changing there. I congratulated them because it's gorgeous. So those are some of my questions, I guess, or some of my comments. I guess the real question I had, because it was really hard to read between all of your really intelligent public comments. All of the public comments we got were from you all, who have been engulfed in this process for so long and so deeply that they're really specific. And I would encourage you to listen to your fellow public commenters. And if those comments aren't being incorporated, if there's a good reason for it, wonderful. If there's an opportunity, wonderful as well. But more than anything, just thank you. And congratulations. This is a big step. It's huge. It's beautiful, beautiful document. Thank you.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. I agree with a lot of what Councilmember Pallavi said. I think this has really exceeded where I thought it would get, quite honestly. I mean, if we think back to, the committees and the action teams working on this over the past 18 to 24 months, this has just been a massive shift. It's a massive shift in how we look at process, how we do things, how we catalyze change, how we work collaboratively, how we elevate diverse and different perspectives in what can be really tough topics and issues, right? And this is sort of a long-standing historic issues with a lot of opinions around it. And so I think it's just been incredible. It's important to me that I sort of reiterate that just thank you to everyone who has served on the different committees, to all of the business owners who really are so engaged in giving so much feedback, and to our community at large. This wouldn't happen without everyone who has contributed in these really, really big ways. I wanted to call out just a couple of things. I really love the playbook action list that starts on page, I think it's 419 of the staff report. I found that really, really useful because I think, to Councilmember Pallavi's point, there is a tremendous amount in this document, and it has both that depth and breadth in it. So I could understand how people would say, just how are you going to prioritize? How are you going to do this? And even that sort of action list, if you will, that said timeframes and resource lists. And it's just a really quick visual. And I think that's something that could easily be made public facing as well, just as one example. Obviously, yes, still items to address. I understand the concerns or maybe hesitancy to not have it be a living document, because you do sort of want to get to a point where, hey, we have this final document and we're into implementation. And the fact is that we're already moving into implementation, right? Several of these actions are already moving forward. I think that, some of the questions before us, like, do you support the proposed public engagement plan? I think the committee really is in the best place to sort of say this is the right way forward, because this is what we've seen going forward. I'm not one of the council members who interacts with this on a day-to-day basis or sits on the committee. It looks sort of fine to me from, that 10,000 foot view, but I'm not in the day-to-day in it. And then I do think that there's been a lot of work to really make sure that this draft action plan, it is mapped to the 2040 general plan, right? There is alignment, and the actions within this draft action plan are laddering up to the 2040 general plan. So again, I feel comfortable if I'm looking at the questions on the slide right in front of us. So again, just thank you everyone for all the work on this. It's not going to sit on a shelf. This is going to be a big one.
Councilmember Romack.
Thank you. Agree with a lot of the sentiments that have already been shared. Just big thank you to every community member that has been involved in this process, whether you were on the committee, an action team, you were a business owner who talked through an interview. Alexis, I appreciated you highlighting this process. Just being a member of this committee has been fantastic, and really to have differing voices and differing opinions, and folks who come from an environmental lens or a business lens, and be able to have those conversations in an open forum has just been fantastic. So, really happy to celebrate this process. I think I've heard from the committee, and we've talked about it tonight, like there is excitement to get an approved playbook, at a near stage. I do like this idea of, kind of the legislative platform and the opportunity to add to it. But I don't think we should keep it in draft form. I'm excited to have the group get back and work on what you hear tonight, and then, bring it back again. But know that we'll add information on the Catalyst sites and other learnings as we're moving forward. I think also, I did want to highlight the Catalyst sites. Really see that as an opportunity, why I think it's important we put learnings from them in the playbook. It will help inform kind of the next priorities I see of this playbook, because if we're seeing wow, it's really the setback issue that's causing an issue on these 3 properties, then we know, okay, we should put that at the top of our list. Or it's relocation incentives, like they can't relocate anywhere, we should move that to the top of the list. So I am really excited to see the Catalyst site move through the process and then learn from that to help us inform next steps. I did want to highlight, I know we've done a great job talking about the environmental benefits tonight too. Just again, our council, we adopted as part of our work plan now that economic vitality is part of one of our goals. And I really just, this is such a great opportunity for economic vitality. So not losing sight of that. And I know it's in the plan, but I think sometimes we get lost in environmental stuff and forget like this could be really great for our economic revitalization. And then, yeah, last piece, I will just share on the non-conforming uses. We had a discussion at our last meeting. I don't know that all of the R2SC will ever totally agree on exactly what, the right next step would be. So I think it will be on all of us to continue to look at that balance. Again, highlighting the Tahoe Sports Hub, like that looks amazing. And now they'll have big open doors to be able to open up next to the cafe that now has more eateries. Like it really shows us what is possible in that area. So being conscious of that and encouraging people again to have the ability to updating their properties and potentially, options for non-conforming uses to stay if, again, they're making updates. So I think that's it. And then last piece, I would say, I do support continued proposed public engagement. I think, again, this has been a really great process. So to highlight that back to the community, give the community, again, an opportunity to weigh back in before the final plan is approved. And we know we're a small community, so you're also reaching business owners or property owners or neighbors that'll say, oh, I haven't heard about this yet. Do you know about this? So I do see value in continuing with that as well. That is it. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor Klufstad.
Okay, so one of the problems with going last is all my fellow council members has already gushed about how great this committee was and how much work you got done and how amazing the document is, and I'm feeling a little left out because I agree with all of that. It really is startling, absolutely startling what this committee has accomplished. So I really do want to express my gratitude to my fellow council members, to staff, but most importantly to the committee and all those that trusted and believed in the process, even the hesitant ones, that you guys somehow got to the table and embraced. So thank you for your brilliance in that. This document has so many really important details in it about not just the corridor, but all the different properties and all the different overlays of complexities. Tonight we've talked about the flood zone a lot and monitoring the water quality, and we had the bee discussion earlier, and there's so much complexity when we are interfacing our built environment with a natural environment that we have modified and impacted over the years. And I think this document clearly places the recognition of that impact and the value of mitigating it. And so I really want to thank you for that. Because that, to me, the river revitalization really should and needs to protect the river at its core. And that's why I love these slides with the flowing water going through them. It's all just so perfect. You guys are all so perfect. The action list on page 76, I actually, that really stood out to me too, because everything assessed in there has either high to medium impact. And that's extraordinary. It means there's so much potential here to really transform this area to the vision that you guys have all created. So I think that to me was the most impactful. I hope we can utilize that in the future in some ways. As we've also talked about tonight, this playbook is clearly trying to do a balancing act. There's many pros and cons that we will have to deliberate and contemplate and decide going forward. But I think my only ask of you guys in this revision is to really look at this from the framework of the future staff and council members that are going to be reflecting back on this and utilizing it for decisions, directions, prioritizations in the future. We're not going to be the same people in the room when much of these sites are going to actually be revitalized or changed or modified or moved to another site. So really reflect on it from those terms, because it does have to be that document that you can pick up and you know exactly where you need to go to answer the question on this application that's coming in. So I just encourage you to look at it from that perspective. And then, when it's appropriate, I think there's clearly a lot more work to be done on how are we going to decide where and how much public access we create. I'm particularly very concerned about that because the easy thing is to just allow public access everywhere, but that has negative long-term impacts, and it's going to be hard to say no. But this is the document that we need to use to say no in the future. So think about it from those terms as well. And I really look forward to approving this document and the future amendments and appendices that will inevitably come forward.
I agree with my colleagues. I would answer all these questions in the affirmative, but I have these additional comments. One is that the committee made a very smart move early on in deciding to go with a piecemeal approach rather than a master plan. When I say piecemeal, I'm talking about the catalyst projects. The downside of that is we don't have a master plan, but I'm not sure we ever would. So Catalyst is an experiment. We're going to find out how well that succeeds. We'll learn from it, and then we can look at things more broadly. The other great thing this committee did was come up with the river restoration plan early on, and so it's hats off to Lisa Wallace and the other members of the River Health and Access team who had very specific recommendations that then allows us to look at the appropriate redevelopment to go around it. Things for the future we haven't worked out is how we're going to integrate the river the river restoration, the trail network, the public access, the managed public access with private redevelopment. That's still down the road. We'll need to address that challenge both in terms of money and then actual design of the projects. It's going to mean buying easements if we're going to have the networks we want, and then where do we get that money? Also, there was mention of the property owner versus the community. Steve Tashara mentioned that. Tim touched on it. There will be a tension there, but the thing is, we've already brought many of those people together. And a certain amount of argument went on in the meetings. It was all fascinating and fun. Tim handled it really well. The others not so much, but we did it, and we are coalescing. Something else that we were talking about, non-conforming uses. This gets down in part to who moves and how do we make them move. That's a hard nut, but the catalyst approach is how do we address it. I feel like we're going to have to go property owner by property owner and find out what their needs and desires are. And that's what we've started doing. There's a lot of people on the committee who are volunteering, who have brought in other people who are putting in a lot of hours meeting with people to better understand their circumstances. And I think that's the only way we're going to get through it. And that's how we're actually going to move businesses to other places. That's how we're going to relocate them. It's going to be hard to do it with some blank rule about what's acceptable improvement for a non-conforming property. And then finally, thinking big. Jan Holland mentions that in his comment. He says, don't give up possibilities. Don't forego the opportunity for a bridge in the right place. Plan so that can happen. Sure, we don't have $20 million in our pocket right now for that, but let's try to keep that option open. Same thing applies for the road realignment. A lot of people who have looked at that have said, at the west end, if we could move that road north, that is going to be a much better experience for our community and visitors to the river. It's going to make the river much more valuable than feeling as if you have a car going by you at 60 miles an hour only a few feet away. So that's thinking big, and some people go, we can't do it, but we should. We should think big. We should think about future generations and get done everything that we can now. Leaving the opportunity for future generations to take care of it for the rest. So you just wanted guidance, right? Okay.
That is correct.
Okay.
No vote.
I think what you heard was an endorsement, generally speaking, not legally, but generally, endorsement of the plan, and I do R2SC decide whether to wrap up this playbook and bring it to a final. I agree with that. It's like we've accomplished a milestone. We have a deliverable, and then we can move on to the next one.
I think that's great. Thank you.
Okay. Let's move on to the next item. Yeah.
Just give it one more second. Okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Andrea Fernandez Landa, and I am the Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Accessibility Program Analyst, and I'm here to bring an update on the action plan and to present the external actions that we have. I'll try to be brief. So the action plan, we're thinking about it as a 5-year roadmap, but a lot of the actions that we have here, we expect them to just be part of the town and its operations and programs and policies long term. It is in the plan, and everything that we are doing is in line with all of these policies and action items in the general plan. I'm not going to read each of them. And what I'm here to talk about mostly is all the outreach that we've done in the past 6-7 months with the community. So just as a reminder, our communities of focus are youth, limited English proficient individuals, the Hispanic Latina community, LGBTQAI2S+ individuals, the Washoe tribe, senior citizens, people facing financial insecurity, people with disabilities, and people experiencing homelessness, and veterans, And just quick disclaimer, we know that not every single person that belongs to one of these communities or several has disadvantages or faces exclusion, but as a whole, they have historically been or can be underrepresented in public process, decision making, and access to services. So we've had a ton of one-on-one community conversations with over 30 individuals where we ask for their feedback, their ideas, what they think is going well, what isn't, what can be improved on, what they want. A lot of these I do have to clarify that have been interesting because there seems to still be confusion on what the town does versus special districts. So some of these conversations, the feedback, we are not able to do that much about. Like, I don't know if somebody's like, well, build a park with fences. I'm like, well, that is the Parks and Recreation District, not us, and things like that. So, but still very valuable feedback from all of them. We have met with educational partners and liaisons. Tahoe Truckee Unified School District has been a great partner because they already do some of this work. So it's really great to meet with them with their English Learner Advisory Committees, where the La Raza Club or La Fuerza Latina with their Special Education Parent Advisory Committees, with their Workability Program, youth forums. So they've been an amazing partner. And all our community-based organizations have been incredible with these two. Here is some of the ones, most of the ones that we've talked to and approached and that we've collaborated and still collaborate and will continue to collaborate with to move these forward. And then we've also been in several community meetings and events, either as like co-organizers or co-hosts, or just participating through them, like Dia de Muertos, or the Community Swim Night, or Big Truck Day, the Junta Regional de Promotoras, Dia del Niño. We had the first Spanish-only mending workshop recently at the Roundhouse, Dia de las Madres, and other events. And we also, I'm terrible at taking pictures, so bear with me for that. And then we also hosted the IDEA Community Workshop back in December, where we brought some of the draft actions that we had discussed previously and heard a lot of feedback from the community. We had what I think was pretty great attendance. It was around 25 people. Almost half were Hispanic or Latine, which I think is pretty great based on attendance in other meetings that I have seen. And we had posters with the proposed actions, and then people could vote on them, write their comments. As attachments, I included like the full feedback, as well as all the meetings and all the people we've talked to, meetings that we've participated in, if you're interested in reading all of that. And then we also had the community survey with True North Research that, as you know, was part of a broader survey about community satisfaction with towns' services and programs. And the feedback was really, really positive. As you can see, everything that's green is strongly support or somewhat support. And I think that part of the reason why we had such great feedback and so much support is that we did take the time on going out in the community and asking directly, what do you want? What do you need? Do you think this is a good idea? So by the time we took it as to True North as a survey, a lot of people had already said, yes, I support this. Yes, this is what I want. And I really think it shows. The one that has the least amount of support, which is the one about using WhatsApp, I think has to do also with the demographic of the survey. Like, WhatsApp is mostly used by the Hispanic or Latina community or the international community. It's not as popular here, so I kind of get it, but it's still pretty supported. So I'm really happy about that, and I hope that you are too. And then I will go right into the proposed external IDEA actions. The first one would be to develop a community engagement framework in collaboration with the communications program manager. And this would be a document that would provide strategic guidance for consistent, coordinated outreach and inclusive engagement strategies across the town of Truckee's departments where relevant, right? Like this would be the document that people, if they want to be like, hey, where should I do outreach for my workshop or whatever it is that I'm bringing, we would have a list of places or community-based organizations that could help with that. Or we would say, well, hosted at this time in this place, have childcare, have food. This is the way to kind of go about it, depending on how you want to do it. It would also talk about outreach strategies, like going to meetings like the Golden Meet and Greet or advisory committees or school events where we would be giving flyers or however that looks like. These would try to kind of institutionalize how to do some of the community engagement that we currently do. We want to have these by August 2026, and then obviously it would continue on. And I will say that I gave myself pretty cushy target dates because I don't want to say, oh, I'll have it this summer and then not deliver. So hopefully a lot of these will be ready a little bit earlier, and then we'll enter the feedback loop and do several iterations if necessary. But yeah, so August 2026 and then ongoing. The development of a housing equity framework that is going to be in alignment with the housing element of the general plan and just make sure that our housing programs are considering the needs of the entire community, and that they have a particular emphasis on communities of focus. This is actually scheduled to come to you in August of this year, and then we would move on to implementing it. Then we want to create a youth commission to hear from local youth on what they want the government to look like and how to engage with them and give them agency in local decision making. By February 2027, we're thinking. And we also want to create an outreach partnership grant program to partner with local community-based organizations that work with the town's communities of focus to support outreach and engagement. And this comes from the fact that we do want to and kind of rely heavily on these organizations that already have these services to the communities of focus, like, for example, Achieve Tahoe or Tahoe Ability Program. So we don't want to just go and ask them to help and overburden them. So if we did a partnership grant program, then we could be mutually beneficial. They can help us do the outreach, but we can also help them instead of just putting everything on them. We want to launch it by June 2026. We want to explore opportunities to increase awareness of TAR Connect and Dial a Ride and create pathways for community members, especially those who may be unfamiliar with these transportation options, to learn more about them and how to access them. For example, if people don't want to or can't access an app, what are their alternatives? How can they access these? If they need to fill out an application to get Dial a Ride, is the application accessible? How can we help them just use these services and these programs that we have? We want to create a series of veteran spotlight videos to recognize and celebrate our veteran community members, and we want these by Veterans Day of this year. We're already working with court on that. Then we want to explore the needs of community members with disabilities and facilitate conversations regarding strategies to better serve these needs. This one is purposefully left more broad because we know that some of the actions that would fall under these, for example, one of the things that was proposed was to become an autism certified destination, but we know that that is a very big item that includes more than just us. So we want to give ourselves some flexibility and some time, because that is not something that we could do in the next 2 years, for example, much less with all the other things that we want to do. So those are some of the things that we want to keep having conversations with the people that would help us with it. We want to continue engaging with the Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California. We already have a great working relationship, but we want to keep it going. We want to acknowledge the tribe's history publicly, do things like the proclamation that we did recently. We want to work with them on projects like development project consultations, like naming parks, like we did already. We want to have a land acknowledgement in some of the documents that we have as a town, and just keep working with them on that. We want to develop a language access plan, which is a strategy to help people who speak different languages. And we know that here Spanish is the most spoken one besides English, but we also have people who speak other languages, and we want to help them through a document that institutionalizes what we do. Want to help them understand and access services, information, and programs. This document would outline how to provide translation, interpretation, and other language support for non-English speakers. We want to, in collaboration with the communications program manager, of course, we want to explore the use of relevant social media platforms, such as WhatsApp, as appropriate or as they come up. Like, one of the reasons why this is here is because I've heard over and over and over again that some people are not seeing their emails or not accessing them at all. They don't go on the website because some of it is in Spanish, some of it is not, whatever, and they would really like for us to use WhatsApp because it would feel more like a trusted messenger connection or whatnot. But we also know that social media apps and platforms and whatnot change all the time, so maybe tomorrow it's a different app that they request, so we'll evaluate based on that. And then, in collaboration with the communications program manager, align the town's web content and mobile applications with updated Title II regulations under the American Disabilities Act. And we want to provide opportunities for community members to engage with and better access the town's environmental programs and plans, as well as emergency preparedness resources, particularly those related to wildfire prevention. For example, making the plans shorter, like a Cliff's Note version of some of the things that we already have, or making sure that in the wildfire preparedness workshops we have interpreters, or however these might look like or is already looking like. And that would be it for the recommended external actions. I know that I'm going super fast because of time. And then for next steps, we are not bringing you the whole plan right now because we have not finished the internal actions. We're still working with the steering committee. And we want to be very thorough with this, and it is a process that has been so long because it's involving so many people, all with incredible feedback, that we want to be very mindful of hearing and then implementing. So we are not yet done with that, but I would very much like to start working on the things that we do have already. And I fear that if we wait until the whole action plan is ready, we'll keep kind of delaying it. So that's why we're here. And then, of course, one of the next steps is just to continue working on the plan as a whole and to get the land acknowledgements for town use, because that would be very much part of the plan. So what we are recommending is for you to direct staff to begin working on the proposed external actions that I just mentioned, and first to include them as part of the 2025-2027 strategic priorities work plan, and just for you to receive this update. Any questions?
Thank you, Andrea. We'll start questions with Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. I think I just have one, and my question is really, how were the target dates determined for the external actions? Was it sort of similar to looking at how many resources would be required, ease? I'm just curious sort of what metrics were used to take a stab at those timelines.
Yeah, a lot of it was like staff time and capacity. As you know, it's for a lot of it is a show of one, maybe two people. So just looking at time and capacity. Some, like for example, the one about wildfire preparedness. We know that May is a very heavy month for that. So trying to have it by then. So yeah, mostly staff time and capacity and the resources needed. Like a youth commission is not just a document that you create, right? Like it's more of recruiting the kids and then hosting the meetings and yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. And then I know, some of the timelines are coming up pretty soon, later this year even, others are farther out, but were any of the items sort of specifically looked at as quick wins, if you will?
Some seem easier than others. Like, for example, starting a WhatsApp channel or group seemed not as complicated as, for example, the Youth Commission. And it's something that is relatively easy. I mean, it comes with its own complications like Brown Act compliance and how do we let people respond, or is it just like one-way channel? It comes with its own complications, but it's relatively easy and it has been requested over and over again.
And if I can just add to that, I think that some of the actions that we are working to formalize into plans, like the language access plan and the community engagement sort of framework, are things that we are already implementing many of those best practices as early wins, but we're really trying to formalize that and having consistency across the organization.
Councilmember Romack.
Thank you. This is great. Just one question on the outreach grant program. So that would be, for example, if we're like talking about our plastic water bottle ban and we're trying to reach these community members, we could work with that community organization and give them a grant to do some work around it. Is that kind of?
Kind of. It would be a little bit more broad. For example, if we were to give the grant to Achieve Tahoe or Tahoe Ability Program, then we need to obviously fine-tune the details, but let's say that is throughout a year, then they would help us with all the programs that we wanted to do outreach with. We would just either ask them to bring people to a council meeting or a workshop or a presentation, or for them to distribute our flyers, or for them to tell us, hey, this would be a great event for you to show up and give feedback. So it would be a little more broad, probably a year or 2 years, where everything that we want help with would be with outreach. They would be there for us.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Pallavi.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Klofstad.
So I have to admit, I have not read anybody else's IDEA action plan or DEI plan. I'm assuming you have.
I have, yes.
Okay, great. Because the one, I guess I'm just wondering if any of them have, because you have got a whole bunch of categories of types of individuals that we're trying to address concerns or remove barriers for, right? Mm-hmm. There's a pretty growing identified population in neurodivergent, and I'm wondering if you've seen that population targeted for special accommodation in any of these other plans.
I have not, okay. And I haven't read that many. For example, one of the first ones I read, actually because I translated it, was the racial equity plan from the Tahoe Conservancy, and they tend to focus more on like the biggest community of focus for them, which in their case is the Washoe tribe. I think ours would be more thorough because we are expanding it, but if we were to like follow that, we would be focused only on the Spanish-speaking community, for example. They tend to be very targeted to the biggest need.
Yeah. Ours is much more broad than that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. That was a very good report and the presentation as well. Really appreciate it. I have only one question, and was wondering, why is emergency preparedness resources being put off for so many years? Because I would assume it would be one of the first things we'd want to do for disadvantaged members of the community.
I
Because of
don't
the public
think I
safety.
have an answer for that, but like
Okay.
Hillary said, some of these things we're already doing, and it would be just a matter of institutionalizing it. For example, the most recent forum that was hosted with several other agencies like the Fire Protection District, we had 2 interpreters there, and we did all the outreach. We always have interpretation services, and we are already kind of trying to get to people with emergency preparedness information. It would be just a matter of institutionalizing it more. But before I was here, I don't know.
Okay. Jen, can you help on this?
I can help on this, actually. We actually have a lot of our templates and things like that in Spanish already for like Code Red and a lot of our resources. So James and I have already done a lot of work on that, and we'll continue to do it and institutionalize it a bit more so that it's consistent with some of our larger documents that we're working on. But like Andrea said, we already have a lot of the translation and interpretation built in for a lot of our public safety messaging. It's also to do with like when the police go to a call and they are interviewing people and things like that, and having those resources on the ground.
Okay, but we don't have programs where we actually go into particular apartment complexes or mobile home parks or...
I would say that we're doing that, maybe not particularly apartment complexes or mobile home parks, but we are doing that more with, James is going to many of the Firewise communities and trying to get into the neighborhoods. We have some plans to do more of those neighborhood type events, or hope to do that in the coming years. We can kind of reevaluate these target dates were something we wanted to give you for context in terms of receiving this, so you kind of knew where we were starting to focus before you get the next work plan update. But there's a number of things that we are doing in addition to what Ron was mentioning. You know, we've had translated videos on emergency preparedness, our templates, done much better at code reds and having translation, some set messaging available that we can pull out fairly quickly if needed in an emergency. But we've also partnered with COAD and getting, COAD's received grant funding. So we have some wind-up radios that we've been trying to distribute, or COAD's been trying to distribute. We bought some more in addition to that to help hand out to either lower income families or families that would really need those and benefit those. So I think this was maybe a target date set at a really broad level, and we can kind of narrow that down and show you some more immediate action items that are either already done or planned to be done.
Okay, so maybe that's something to consider, because what you've described sounds like with Firewise community and that sort of thing, we're going to people who are already somewhat engaged, and I was thinking in the context of idea that we would want to expand that to reach the people who are disengaged.
And we are through like collaboration with other agencies. Like, for example, pretty soon after I was hired, I met with Brittany and Maria from the Truckee Fire Protection District.
Yes.
And they asked, like, how do we engage with the Spanish-speaking community? How we do these? And we had a very lengthy meeting where I was like, well, these are best practices. You should try these, and that. And one of the things that I suggested was having somebody who's a native Spanish speaker that's part of the community that can go out. And they did hire that person. I'm actually meeting with them on Monday to talk about, again, best practices. The COAD is amazing. So
Right.
we do have a lot of partnerships.
Thank you.
One thing to throw in as well, I did speak with James Blattler actually right before this council meeting, and one of his intended goals for the new emergency coordinator position that is going to be onboarded as a result of the assessment is to take on tasks just like that and to partner with this team to make sure we have the capacity to do those things amongst the many other things that he's doing right now in preparation for the wildfire season.
Okay, thank you, Kyle. Deliberation? Anything? Public comment. And we do have a public comment. Okay, thank you for reminding me.
Thank you, Council, for reviewing the draft plan. I would just like to Alexis Aller, Executive Director of Mountain Area Preservation. It's been a long day, as Lindsay knows. Saw her at another meeting. I think that there could be more added to this plan. I think that there are a lot of your external actions that the town is already doing that could be added. Housing programs, having that awareness of THAP and down payment assistance, that's really important. I don't think enough of our communities of focus know about the resources that the town provides. It's pretty amazing. And then to the comment of the special districts, I think this is a missing piece for the future action plan. I understand that the town is taking on this, and I think it's amazing. I know we encouraged this during our general plan advocacy. I do believe that the special districts could have maybe a piece of the plan because there are so many things. Truckee fire, for instance, Measure T. How many residents in the communities of focus don't have information on these opportunities? And so this is where I feel like I understand the town is taking on this effort, but you already have a staff member engaging with all of our special districts. It would be a disservice to not have information available for our communities of focus in this plan. And I just look forward to more detail when it comes back, and we're going to continue reviewing it and engaging at these lovely meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexis. Any follow-up questions?
Well, just building up on that, I would ask, it sounds like you're already kind of, collaborating with our partner agencies when you say develop the community engagement framework. Is that something you could share out with special districts too, of here's ideas of how you could better engage, sort of thing?
Absolutely. And I don't know if I can respond to...
Sure. Well, you respond to us, and then
okay.
She'll hear it.
But part of the questions there about like THAP and all of that will be part of the housing equity framework. It will not be in this document, but it will be part of a document that stems from this document, right? So there's a lot that might not be in the idea action plan itself, but it will be in the other documents outlined here. Outreach in partnerships with special districts and other agencies, and how we suggest they do certain things. Like I said, the Truckee Fire Protection District has already come and said, hey, I think you're doing a good job. How can we do something similar? TDRPD has done a very similar thing. They're doing their general plan. Their consultants reached out to me and said, hey, they're interested about idea. Like, what do you suggest they could do? So there's definitely collaboration with everyone.
Just as a follow-up to that, the housing equity framework you'll be seeing for the first time at the August 12th meeting. So that would be a good meeting to watch if you're interested in that or attend.
Hey, Alexis, another meeting. Okay. Right. Okay, now we can go to deliberation.
I'll jump in. Can I jump in?
Yeah, of course.
Great plan. I feel like this is fantastic. So many great ideas. Like the community engagement framework, to best practices, all of that is fantastic. So it's just built into everything we do at the town. So very excited about this and excited to move forward.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. I think my comments are slightly longer, but I'll try to keep them short. I know it's already 9 o'clock. I would just say, we have so many different needs throughout our community, and this work really places those needs and the solutions that will serve those needs front and center. And I couldn't be more thrilled. Honestly, with what's happening in the country, this is more important than ever before. Representation matters. Diverse perspectives matter. We're a community of inclusion, and it makes us stronger. We respect differences of perspective, of belief, of experience, and so much more. We literally just saw that in the river revitalization work that was before us. I'm also really happy to see how far this has come. The last time it came to us, I'll be the first to admit, I wasn't thrilled with it. There was a real lack of depth in that initial pass, and it's really difficult to be in this place where you need to be both critical of something while you're also an incredible supporter of it. So I'm really excited about that. I'll be honest, I'd still like to see the Youth Commission brought to fruition prior to 2027. I've been asking for that, I think, for 4 years at this point. And I've said this many times on the dais, but all of the decisions that we make will really be felt by our youth by the sheer fact that they are going to outlive us. They are coming up next into leadership. And so I do think that we need to prioritize that. I'm willing to make concessions and have some of these other action items follow that in order to prioritize the Youth Commission. That's just my personal sort of perspective and deep belief that that is really important to move forward more quickly. And the last thing I just want to say is that I really want to recommend that we continue to be cautious with our language. So I heard on the dais tonight, our disadvantaged community members, and I really want to thank Alexis Allar for her use of communities of focus in her public comment. That term disadvantaged often does more harm than good. You can't go into communities and say, oh, it's a disadvantaged community, or these individuals are disadvantaged, and so we're here to do X, Y, Z. Disadvantage encompasses such a wide range of inequalities: unstable housing, lower incomes, poorer health, which can be the direct result of structural inequalities, and so much more. So I'm just going to ask that, again, as we all learn and try to do better in this space, we also all work to really check our own unconscious biases and be very intentional about the language that we're all using as we move forward on this path. So thank you for listening to me on that.
Councilmember Pallavi.
Yeah, I echo everything that's been said. I think one of, honestly, the most exciting things, just to dovetail off of what Councilmember Henderson said, was I think when we started this, I remember the first meeting and we were all asked to provide our definition of what we thought this program was going to address. And I remember hearing that we all had really radically different audiences that we were working towards. And I think in your first or second slide, Andrea, you seemed to encompass all of those focus groups and community areas. And I just appreciate that. I think to Councilmember Henderson's comments, we don't know where people are coming from. We don't know where they've been, but welcoming them to the table in this both structured way, but also equitable way, and using the right language that keeps people at the table is just vitally important. So keep up the good work. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Klostad.
Yeah, agreed. This has come a long way, and so thank you for your work on this. This is the evolution is been welcomed, and I'm really proud of our council and staff in continuing to stand for this and do this proudly. This is really important work. I would agree with my fellow council members on that. This is so critical to make sure that the future that we are creating, but the decisions that we make up here, is considering all aspects of our community. And so many of them have been in the shadows for so long that we are unconscious about it. And that is the point of what we're trying to do here, is to recognize that that needs to be changed. So I think this achieves that goal. My question about the neurodivergent is because I see that as a growing population that encompasses a lot of variety of different learning challenges, or perhaps things like anxiety or depression. And these two carry stigmas and often live in the shadows. And not that I want you to change anything in here or redirect any priorities, just as we are looking at this in terms of we're all trying to revolutionize or revitalize our thinking on this, that's an area that I think we should start considering and looking at it. They will tend to need to receive information slightly differently as well. like many of our other groups that we're talking about. So that's my only comment to this. Other than that, I am so proud of this work. So thank you.
I agree. Go forth, keep up with it. My apologies, I used the term disadvantaged. I came late to that term thinking that was the lingo of the day, and now it's already a disadvantaged term. So I'll try to find out what the latest jargon is and stick to that. Anything else? Okay. Then we can move on to item 7.4, legislative platform.
We don't need a formal motion necessarily, but I think what we're hearing from you, and I'm just looking for some head nods that we'll go ahead and move these into the work plan for your next update. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, 7.4, legislative update.
All right, last item of the evening, and thank you to our one member of the public who has stuck around. The town revisits and reaffirms its legislative platform each year, and this is a document that provides guidance to staff as well as to council council members in our legislative committee, which is comprised of our mayor and vice mayor, in taking positions on topics of potential interest to the town. The adopted 2024 platform was sent out to division heads earlier this spring after council reaffirmed its priorities for the year. And comments were received and suggestions provided on new or emerging topics. And those edits and suggestions provide the basis of the recommendations are providing this evening. We've provided proposed red lines, the existing platform as an attachment to the staff report, as well as a clean copy of what those revisions would look like. And I'm happy to pull those up if council would like to discuss in any detail. Here's just a quick overview of our legislative process. Council adopts its legislative platform, and that provides sort of a list of different policy positions of topics we anticipate supporting or opposing if they move forward. When a new bill or issue emerges that would impact the town, if it is aligned with the platform, it has sort of a more streamlined process where staff work with our legislative committees, or our mayor and vice mayor, to consider drafting a position letter or taking other actions to take a position on that policy. If it's not addressed in the platform, then it would go to the full council for consideration. So it's a little bit of a longer process. In both cases, the outcome would be the town taking an advocacy position, often through position letters, meetings with legislators, etc. Here are just some examples of the types of policies that we've weighed in on so far in 2025. I won't go into them in detail, but they really span the range of different policy topics, things related to the work that the town does. Of note, this year we also have made considerable efforts to take positions on federal action, specifically around forest health and fire impacts, impacts to our public lands, social and economic impacts of federal funding cuts and staffing cuts, and then most recently, just in the past 2 days, drafted and submitted letters to our senators and congressmen on the potential sale of public lands. Some of the themes of the updates provided in this year's recommended updates include emergency preparedness, resilience, and emergency response, hiring and retired annuitants, which has been a challenging issue at the state level, federal funding, as I mentioned. Housing is always a top priority and issue that comes up a lot in state legislation. And then we added a new section related to community engagement and IDEA in alignment with our IDEA programs. In the questions that council submitted, there were a handful of suggested edits or suggested additions. So I've highlighted those here. If council would like to consider adding any of these, staff would be supportive of any of these additions or edits. So I'm happy to pull that back up during deliberation if that's helpful. And with that, staff's recommendation is to adopt the proposed updates to the 2025 legislative platform or provide a direction to staff regarding amendments to the platform. And again, I'm happy to pull up the red line version if that's helpful. That's all I got for you tonight because it's late.
Thank you, Hillary. Let's go to staff clarifying questions. Councilmember Romek.
No clarifying questions.
Councilmember Henderson.
No questions, thank you.
Councilmember Pallavi.
Yeah, just one. It was under, it's the use of the word stymieing over and over again. Page 6 under the disaster preparedness section, 15 and 16. Legislative funding to continue cyber operations, stymieing cyber terrorism efforts that target small jurisdictions. Whoever wrote that, can we just rewrite that, both of those, 15 and 16, to be a little more clear what they're getting at there? Those are additions, right?
Correct.
They're like gray but blued. It's just, I don't really understand what they're getting
How
at.
about thwarting?
Thwarting.
Or combating.
It's something along those lines. Yeah, it just reads really weird. I don't know if Chris wrote that or who wrote that, but yeah, we could just wordsmith that a little better.
Okay, happy to wordsmith that one.
Thank you. Or was there a reason that was in there? Was stymie like, no, okay. That was my question. Sorry. Wait for deliberation.
Vice Mayor Klofstad.
No questions.
Hillary, thank you for putting up those 4 items. Makes it a lot easier for deliberation. I was curious on the, this is almost out of date now. I had a question that went back some years on the provision about solar panels, and the response was something to the effect that consideration isn't being given to our unique climate. And I guess my question, the issue really goes to whether you have a zonal exemption or a property exemption, and a site-by-site exemption, and the climate's considered in both. It was sort of a non sequitur. The answer was a non sequitur. It didn't really go to why we wouldn't remove support for zonal exemptions.
And I might look to Danielle to see if she wants to address that, because this is really a building code issue.
Yeah, I mean, traditionally we've kind of banded together with other mountain communities like Mammoth when there's been a kind of common issue related to mostly snow. I mean, that's really been what it's about for us.
Yeah.
So we felt like there's no downside in still advocating, for legislation that fits our needs with our snow conditions.
Okay. So the reason I pose it is that the energy, it's in our interest to reduce greenhouse gases, and the Energy Commission addressed the issue several years ago to the effect that they recognized safety was paramount, but they said you look at each building site because the orientation, the building design is going to tell you whether you have excess load, not what's on the ground. And so I don't know why we're continuing to advocate for something that actually just increases emissions.
So I think maybe an important clarification, though, is to remember that just because it's in here does not mean that we're advocating for or opposing. It gives us the right to do so if the legislation that is proposed would have an impact. So I would not focus so much on it means we are.
Okay. I realize maybe this is more for a discussion, a side discussion in more detail.
And I think it's worth pointing out, too, that there are areas of the law where it helps to make common cause with other jurisdictions and try to get what you're calling a zonal exemption. For example, some of the composting requirements that we just can't meet. And we did get a kind of zonal exemption for jurisdictions above a certain altitude because it's too cold to compost. So in that one case, I think we had sought what you call a zonal exemption because it was going to be a lot easier to administer rather than having to do case-by-case analyses, easier for property owners, easier for staff. The Energy Commission didn't see it that way, but that's fine. But I think that that kind of exemption has its place in other contexts, perhaps.
Yeah. So we could discuss it some other time. Thank you, Councilmember Pallavi, for your suggestion. I have no further questions.
Public comment?
Oh, darn. Public comment. Alexis.
Good evening, Alexis Aller, Executive Director of Mountain Area Preservation. I have no specific comments on any of the language change. I just want to give gratitude for your advocacy on the federal funding cuts, the staffing cuts, and the public land sell-off. It's a critical time in our world to be advocating for the protection of our lands and our resources. And I just want to give a lot of gratitude to you all because I know you took it upon yourself to do that work. So thank you.
Thank you, Alexis. Okay.
Mayor, can I,
Yes.
I should have added this before, and sorry, but I do think it's worth pointing out that we are becoming aware of more instances of some federal either restrictions or bonus points, if you will, on grant dollars related to cooperating with ICE in some forms or other kind of IDEA related actions. And I think it's worth repeating for the public to hear and for the council to presumably validate, since it's still one of your priorities, that we have not shifted our focus and emphasis on the IDEA efforts, nor will we be adjusting that to, get bonus points or qualify for grants through the federal government. So sorry, I should have brought that up earlier.
Thank you. Okay. So now we're in deliberation. I just wanted to pass it with these 4 changes that are on the slide. What other comments do we have?
Excuse me. So the first one, I guess, it was just that affect local California jurisdictions like Truckee. I guess I have a little concern in us starting to advocate on behalf of other jurisdictions. I think I'm totally fine with us advocating for ourselves and joining with other efforts, but I would not support that. I feel like that could be a slippery slope.
So have it be that affect Truckee, you think would be better?
I think we could just leave it as
is.
As is, because I think we're already
I agree with you.
saying anything that impacts us.
That's not the way I read it. My concern was we were advocating on behalf of farmers in Nebraska, to use an example.
Can I provide a little context? As a overarching strategy, the town really only takes positions on things that would directly impact Truckee. So that goes without saying in every policy position that we have.
Okay, and somebody reading this would be able to come to the same understanding?
The introduction section of the
Okay.
legislative platform sort of provides that as an overarching
Okay,
sort of role.
great, then I'm fine. I'm fine leaving the first bullet the way it is in the original draft.
I have I agree with that. I have no concerns with the other 3. I thought the inclusion of the visitors and population-based allocations was brilliant, whoever came.
Your mayor's taking credit for that right here, so there you go. Yeah, I'm okay with all of these as well, other than that first one.
I was just going to say, should we make a motion? Sorry, Councilmember Henderson, if you wanted to weigh in first.
No, I agree with retaining the first one as it was originally drafted, and the 3 additional edits are wonderful. Thank you.
And I would like to just thank the town manager for pointing out the action that we are taking tonight and the implications of that. I'm just as we were in January, I am still standing strong on that decision, and I'm looking forward to hearing the validation from my fellow council members on that.
And the rest of America? Yeah. Sure. Okay.
I
do we need a-
recommend that we adopt the proposed updates to the 2025 legislative platform with the changes that we just discussed.
I will second that.
All those in favor?
He has to do a roll call.
Roll call vote, Mayor.
Roll call for this?
Yes, whenever there's a motion and there's a remote participant, we have to do roll call.
Oh, remote.
Councilmember Romack?
Aye.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Klefstad?
Aye.
Mayor Zabriskie?
Aye.
Councilmember Pallavi?
Aye.
And Councilmember Henderson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Okay, let's do council reports. Thank you, Hillary, very much. And let's do council reports and go home.
We had
David?
a visit Truckee Tahoe board meeting. Welcome some new staff. Tracy Weingard is joining the organization, and we launched a new website. We started to discuss. They have a short-term rental subcommittee, of which a few recommendations are starting to percolate out. And Visit Truckee Tahoe is working with Hillary and Carissa and the short-term rental division to start to work through some of that. So great work going on there. I was away at some work trips, and yeah, I think that's it for me. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Romack?
Yeah, I think the most exciting thing was getting to see the mayor's fishing abilities at the Truckee Rotary Fishing Derby. Took my son there this weekend, and I'm not a fisher person, so luckily the mayor helped us out, casting somewhat. We did not catch any fish, but it was fun. Also attended this Sierra Nevada ballet performance of The Little Mermaid at Truckee High School this weekend. Great job to none of the kids watching now because it's past your bedtime. And then did just want to highlight, I attended two things for my job with Placer County, but of interest, Placer County held a forestry tour last Monday, and it was all looking at places, Immigrant Gap and Donner Summit. So while not in the town of Truckee, again, good to know the collaboration and partnerships of a variety of projects going on. A lot was discussed around, forest health and work being done. Truckee Fire was up there at Sugar Bowl talking about some of the work they were doing. So that was just, again, great to see the collaboration in our region and know people are doing efforts up there. And then also there was a wildfire town hall held in Placer County and Kings Beach last week, and CAL FIRE did a shout out to the town of Truckee for our wildfire protection agreement and highlighted that to the audience. So I just thought that was great that they highlighted the efforts that we're taking here in Truckee to work with CAL FIRE. That is it.
Okay. Councilmember Henderson?
No reports.
Vice Mayor Klefstad?
I actually got to attend Good Morning Truckee last week, which our very own James Blattler did a fabulous presentation. And I learned a lot from all the other agencies, particularly Jonathan Cook Fisher and his expectation that our landscape needs to burn everywhere at some point in time. Also some work on CTA governing partnerships and preparations for the upcoming quarterly meeting on July 11th, which will be at the airport from 9 to 11 a.m. And then we have a happy hour from 4 to 6 at Alibi Ale.
I attended a city county's meeting on June 12th to better address justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. On 6/14, participated in stream water monitoring under the auspices of the Watershed Council. Then attended a THAC meeting regarding implementation of the Homeless Action Plan. And then a mayor manager's breakfast was held here at the Cornerstone Bakery, where we discussed the federal land issues, immigration and housing, and then met with the co-chair for the new version of the Housing Homeless Advisory Committee, Cindy Basso, to discuss the navigation center, about trying to locate and get a navigation center up before this winter. And then also participated in a homeless advisory committee executive meeting that again involved trying to move forward on the navigation center. Is there any further business? Okay, this meeting's adjourned. See you all in August. Enjoy July.